Are you expecting company, or should I?
You're welcome. You're welcome to join me if you'd like.
Apologies, I'm not much of a breakfast person.
I'm not either, mostly.
Seems like it, unfortunately.
You...
They keep you busy?
What?
Right, that's fine, yes, I did.
Do you have much planned for the day?
Nothing other than the usual, I suppose. At least not in particular.
Dog hair.
Hello. Good morning, both of you.
Good morning.
Morning.
God's sake.
What?
How are you doing? I mean, have you gotten a job on the ship
God's
yet,
sake,
or?
I was sleeping.
Makes sense.
I see. Are you still struggling with the movement?
Yes. Hey, Jasper.
Good morrow, Little, or
I hope
as
you
Tom
recover
summed up
quickly.
the penguin.
I'm not a
Or,
penguin.
I suppose, grow accustomed
I would
to
not
it.
guess much.
It's not
There's
exactly
no funny nickname that's going on.
thick in the same way.
Chicken.
What?
Cannot swim. Chicken.
Just beer and something light.
Very well then.
You can't swim?
No, I can swim perfectly fine.
That one. Not
Is there
penguin.
somewhere
Would
to
you
swim?
consider? Do you know the term "hair of the dog"?
Oh,
No.
There's a
Perhaps common.
bathhouse. It's not really a place to swim, but theoretically
No,
good.
why?
It's deep
maybe a
enough.
little.
Ian says it all the time, and I'm starting to gauge if it is more of a old timers type phrase.
I don't know.
Nice to swim.
He is quite old and quite knowledgeable, so I don't know.
Damn it,
Might not
hips.
be very common.
I'm gonna need you to know.
Very well then.
Almost done with book.
Yeah, thanks for the drink. I'll
Are
be
you
charged
finding it
for my
interesting?
room, right?
Useful.
Of course.
Always
Thank you.
good to remember.
Good morrow.
Easy to forget little things.
Do you have mead by any chance?
Always.
We do have mead. We also have a slight specialty called honey mead, if that is more your liking. It's more on the sweet
Oh.
side, though, if you'd rather.
That sounds lovely. Have a bit of a
Honey
sweet
meat is really good.
And that's where the pitch sales comes from.
Normal meat is a little salty for my taste.
What meat are you having that's salty?
Low quality meat.
Wait, isn't mead?
Tortuga.
Meat's known for being sweet.
Very popular nowadays.
As I said, low quality mead.
Add salt water.
Delicious.
Tortuga. Makes last longer.
That just sounds like someone's trying to poison you.
I need to borrow another mug.
Or get you to
Yeah.
stop drinking.
That
Water, I
doesn't
suppose.
seem great for you.
Empty, please.
But I
Well,
suppose.
I didn't drink it all the time.
Just one.
Very well then.
On that thought,
This
though,
one rum gone.
New set
if that's
of
honeyed mead,
clothes again.
isn't that just bad mead?
Very good. Why do you look
Tastes
like you're
good.
always ready
So
for a
forgive
fight?
me.
But
I was,
mead is made
No,
with
no,
honey, isn't
not.
it?
Very much not.
I'm not much of a drinker.
Well, you have your full
Right.
suits and
Very
everything.
well then. I see.
Ah,
you're
space
into
yoga.
True.
The rather strong.
I guess I don't.
in terms of taste.
Well, no, it's mead
I mean,
and then
you
you
look
add a
pretty
little bit of
prepared
honey in
yourself.
it. It's a
I
mix.
suppose your assessment of it.
That
It's like
Then again,
coffee
this is
with
my
creamer.
usual clothes. I don't have any other
I thought-
set of clothes.
I think
That's
I'd ask if you could drink this
okay.
without making a face, but I suppose
Okay.
that's
I'm
not a
fairly
problem.
certain mead is fermented honey, is it not?
But
Yes.
This
so
is
you're
what
me,
I'm-
looking for sentinels at the moment.
yes.
Just wanted to say hi.
I suppose I maybe
So-
shouldn't have said bad. That wasn't really appropriate of me to say,
mead.
strictly speaking. But
Seems a bit redundant, yes?
Well, I mean, gives an extra bit of honey flavor, you know, more of a pure flavor, as opposed to the fermented flavor, which is technically different than standard honey.
Less alcohol, not as good.
Yes, it is a better morning drink.
Good morning. Morning, Gary.
Dog hair.
mm,
You care if I...
No.
Though I really wanted a good drink, I'd pop open one of my elven wines.
Gotcha.
Long time.
Rum is my personal
Out of
favorite, but
curiosity, now that I'm no longer staying here, do I still get? Is it still covered by management, or?
Yes, it is forwarded towards your home now.
Hmm. Excellent. Good to know.
Here you go, my good friend.
it seems so.
mm,
You.
A
Indeed.
very drink for you.
Not had time to make sign yet.
I mean, honestly, I'd probably be more likely to.
I have the things, but I
Be simply holding a friend in your cup.
got busy yesterday.
You know where the barrel is, correct?
Yeah, I don't think so. Just asking. 'Cause
Everyone busy.
The water barrel is over there, but where we usually serve
it'd be nice to stock up on materials.
other meals.
Send
We
to
simply
Vail.
carry more tackle. We don't have we
Ah.
don't carry water here around here.
Okay.
Thank you. I can't remember if I've seen you talking with her, but Chidi, I think, was talking about potentially
The forge.
working in that area.
Magic is really amazing. I've never seen magic used like that.
It also.
Her hair falls over her eyes,
Between.
and she wears long, flowy sleeves.
Is that I'd be able to tell me how much
I'd like to
material I
learn
should
more
stock
about
up
it
on before the next time we
Think
land.
seen. Have not
Very well
talked
then.
yet.
Forgive me.
I think she was looking for things in that direction. Mm.
Of course.
I was going to say, you've already sat down, might as well.
Unfortunately, we do not carry the water here.
Otherwise, if you have more coin in your pocket, I did manage to talk with some people about acquiring the Dark Rune, and with a couple of surface area runes,
Good morning.
could potentially create some sort of dark room for you, if that is more suited.
Off your hands.
Good morning, friend.
I have a couple orders that require.
Good morning.
Though that's a couple months out at this point. I still have to study the rune and all that.
Go on and take one. You know where the water is.
Takes time.
Busy yesterday.
Understand.
Where did you acquire it?
I'm glad it was. Just surprising.
I have been in talks with the recent Lord. I gave him a bit of coin. He's a Dawn Elf, and he sent a message for Valinor for me.
To make a gun for Finch and
Dawn Elves are the ones who made the runic language, so
weapon for Barnabas.
easiest to get from the source.
Even
That
so,
shoots flame.
Morning.
I would call
Could
it a
I
gun.
get the
but
It
it's a shoot
was not cheap, and I am
What was that?
honestly looking for a bit of work, so
hefty weapon. It's gonna be very expensive to make.
Water.
I'm probably gonna have to make it out of gold. And I'm also trying to learn the power rune currently because I'd like to really make sure it's.
Do you know
I've-
where the water barrel is?
Need for adventure.
No, I
I've offered Gideon a similar agreement,
the,
and
full
depending on
achievement
the
teaching.
cost, I'm not sure that it would be feasible, but if you'd be interested in splitting the cost and sharing the knowledge, I might be so inclined.
It's good when the band of events are comfy.
of course.
Doing any rune work, so-
Knowledge is best shared, after all.
No.
I've been hoping to
I've been studying up
perhaps
on power rune
create
for a couple days, but it's just-
Well, some small trinkets that would allow people to spread a small shadow around themselves.
Well, then again, I
that
haven't
life
seen
might
them
be a
in
little more
process.
comfortable for
I hope
the
they
Shades
haven't
aboard.
ordered.
Practice writing it and all, but I'm just trying to make sure I
Hmm.
understand it fully so I know I can use it.
That could
I
work.
think that
But it's kind of a
Create some sort of barrier around the user.
Well, with the light rune, it could be.
Shadow cannot create.
Learning and understanding the soul rune.
why are soul rooms?
Oh, that does bring up the question, if there's no light,
Eventually.
is a shadow cast?
Project for down the line. Don't know if I'll be alive long enough to
Yes.
try it, honestly. But should be pretty cool. Pretty big.
I don't know much about light, to be honest. I have a lot of research to do.
This is, I think, mayhaps my lack of understanding of the dark. I'm very not familiar. But, yes.
Is there whether the light is or not? Whether the dark is or not? We are there.
Why do you put his dishes?
Which I guess is a good thing.
We have been there since the
We
beginning.
simply just stock them right next to the food, just right above them.
You
I do have a bit of a
are
question.
not creating shadow,
Does this clinic have
not creating shade,
much in the way of
creating dark
painkillers?
magic. Different.
It might have some.
So we would need to ward the light.
'Cause if so,
Correct?
well, I mean, if you're short on them and you need them for like, important
Yes.
emergencies, I won't try to
Create
take any off your hands.
area of dark
But if you
magic.
could get like a steady supply of sorts,
We can exist within the
I
dark,
would be interested in getting a steady supply.
but no new shadows,
Very much.
no new shades have come about. Never met
It's
a new
still
one.
hungry, but it hasn't really stopped hurting. And it's been
I suppose that makes sense.
a while since I've had
Ah,
daily painkiller to kind of calm it down. I mean, that's what this has been. You know?
I don't
Is a
think I've
shade
asked your
then-
location.
Can talk
What is it you do for work?
staff in clinic and she can try to figure something out.
I'm currently training as a mage, but I'm part of
I
the
cast
Sentinels.
my shade as a.
Oh.
Is cast a correct verb there?
Sure, we're all better off.
It
here
seems-
10 days ago.
Inaccurate.
I'm working at the local
Casting
apothecary.
magic or casting
Oh.
for shade.
You have a caster. As I suppose I am to my shade.
Yes.
Is it then that the shape you
Are
take
you doing
is
potions
defined
or- Yes.
not
Primarily potions.
by. It's not the form of your caster, it's which
I've been doing
which
research
parts of the
on
light
crystals recently.
they occupy.
Crystals? Yes.
I don't know if we pay taxes. I don't think the Kalypsia has its own sovereign
Not
nation,
quite.
so I think I can just say fuck
To
you
put
on
them
my
in
name.
potions?
Go
Or...
was ritual.
Well, I'm doing research on how to
Simply.
apply a
I mean,
potion effect to
You would have had to, well, some people
shade
would have had to
who
abide
can't
Defined
manifest as a potion.
partnership by
So,
similarities.
Current theory is to make a potion-infused crystal to
Kept
shine
up
a light through it.
You own a
traditions.
property now, right? Did you
Oh,
buy
yeah,
it or you
it's-
Then-
in
rented
good health.
It
No,
takes
I'm
time.
get a little worried.
it? Okay.
Good health.
Hmm.
It's only been
Our form changes
Yeah.
if we wish it
When
to.
you're walking about with no problem. Before you were stumbling.
Mm-hmm.
Know
Oh,
enough
yes,
potions,
that'll
but
happen eventually.
Similarities
Help
now
with
are
more.
effort.
I do, yes.
Could
More
use a
The
from
standard potions that we create.
We have ale, mead, grog,
I may pass
beer.
to your shop later, then.
remembering the
Oh,
past,
excellent.
Good way to start the day.
following tradition.
This is just
Many
it's a
quiet
just in
ones
case.
Would you
just
like
follow
the harder
tradition.
mead,
Of
or would
course.
you be interested in
Nothing
trying
else.
Well, that's the thing.
honey?
One have it on hand before you need it.
I mean, I need to ask
Hmm.
Yeah, because
Surprise me.
how the ship runs more, and
Right, well then.
I'm gonna be a mechanic, and
I see.
figure out how long until we land somewhere and where we're going. and-
Perhaps I don't. I shouldn't say that.
This one will be the regular mead.
I have a better understanding now, at least. Thank you.
I don't
Yes.
at this point really
thank you.
care.
Of
Where we
course.
land.
If I'm being honest myself, I still trouble to have grasp over it.
Not as of current, that is for sure.
I'm afraid that while
I
I've...
suppose so. I believe they're just trying to show off. Perhaps trying to advertise the Kalypsia by driving about everyone's heads.
I find there's little
Barely
information.
understand either.
No. But then I suppose none of us really do.
There was that one guy
Yes, I
with
suppose so.
the pike that I saw.
Do not know why many are so quiet now.
What?
They just went quiet,
Yeah.
but they remember the traditions.
Everyone's making friends now.
Have yourself a good morning.
Have a good morning as well.
I don't know.
Not much else to do around here, is there?
Okay, no problem.
Aside from work,
I
of
will
course.
be searching for them. I feel like this
Thank you very much for the
Mayhaps in time something could be done to
Thank you for your company.
I mean, if they're not wearing uniforms, they probably have a list of names.
perhaps circumstances might one day surface that would encourage them to speak
Suppose
again.
the selling point
Good
here.
morning.
Good
morning.
We're gonna be rallying
Though tradition is hard to
Good
discard.
morning.
so we could have a little talk
Pleasure.
and on what's actually the
Sometime
agenda.
It's not tradition.
Right.
Or is
I have some
tradition?
ale
I do
and
not remember
also some
anymore.
news. The shop will be ready to open.
I have a
Tradition.
question.
Okay.
Perhaps I can ask.
Aye,
If I am not
please.
intruding.
Everything set
Hold
up.
Go ahead.
I mean,
Go on.
Just gotta wait till land.
who's
next, so I
a
can
sentinel here?
correspondence out for whatever
A what?
everybody asked, of course.
Oh,
A
what?
sentinel, a guard,
Well then.
watchman.
I hopefully can make it
Town
out
guard.
out of this tavern just fine.
None of
without
us.
being stopped.
and
Aye, good
Probably.
luck with that.
I'm
Do we give
relatively
up the
speaking,
air
I
of
work
being a
close
god?
with them, but
Why do you
technically
ask?
now.
Can I help, sir?
probably. I don't actually know many of them.
Well, at the moment, we don't know who who are the ones a part of the Sentinels, and I am a part of the Sentinels, and Romaldo is, and we don't know anyone else that is a part of the Sentinels. Besides,
I think
a couple of
I
other.
believe
She's
the
part
one
of the
clad in
Sentinels.
armor over there is Sentinel.
Yeah, that she is a part
I
of the
suspect
Sentinels.
there's
But,
a reasonable amount of you know.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
I don't know if
yeah,
we
I
have
think.
Nightshade.
I just want to ask you specifically, like you people here specifically. But thank you for answering my question.
mm,
I'll find them now.
When in charge, not have
We'll be
meeting.
still asleep.
Hmm.
Excuse me?
Which one is that?
You should have a meeting. Like a
Yes, that's what
sentinel.
we're trying to do.
Big meeting.
Yeah, we're gathering everyone that is a sentinel and sending
Mhm.
them off to a little meeting.
Wait, I think I know that one. I don't know their name, but
Charge. Should be their
what
job.
Yep.
what
Very
is it going to do
strange
with them?
hierarchy here. Make
Yeah.
guests
Very
Yes.
answer
Hello.
cute.
They keep talking about a
Sentinel,
captain.
We are
Never met him.
At least in
going
a
to have a
Tortuga,
little talk.
I've
With all the
found it
sen-
difficult to
sentinels?
learn
He's pretty
anything about
straightforward.
If you wouldn't
anything,
mind, come with me.
really.
We're going
I
to
wonder
find
what
other
their life
sentinels
was
so we
like
can
then.
actually have a little discussion about what we're going to do as sentinels. Oh my goodness.
Is it
I
just
feel
me or
like
was he
that's
very
not something
loud?
they should be. Sometimes. I feel like maybe they shouldn't be deciding amongst themselves, though.
has helped you out. Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Always does. Good to hear.
Should know who hired.
Right,
Yes, I was
well,
going to
so
say, weren't
the
they
thing is-
hired by someone?
Yes, well, they're sentinels, but there were sentinels. I mean, there were people here when we boarded.
Yes, shouldn't they be asking one of them?
I would imagine. Okay, that's
I
fine.
mean,
It's not my
probably.
business, I suppose.
That is the general
Um,
idea.
Oh boy, these...
This is why I like
Sentinels are-
being my own boss.
Well,
Aren't you looking for work? Sorry, that's
I'm looking for money. I have a job, and hopefully I should not have to do it yet.
That's fair
Not
enough.
much right now at the moment. However, if all
It's
goes
a good
well,
thing when I'm out of work, to be honest.
I'll be able to get a lot more in stock.
A mutiny
Next
amongst the
time we
guard
land.
might
Why?
be. Not
I'm
a good
currently
thing
running the
for them to
morgue.
have.
Oh, then, yes.
Yes.
Flying around.
Well,
I
if
figure
find a way to
the clinic has
fix it,
3
go
beds.
chaos
That's
with
not really suitable
The
for housing any
peacekeepers stop
remains.
No.
Done a lot of
suppose
research
not.
on the subject in general.
How would they supply stuff?
I mean,
Alright, well, I would
easy
stop.
to get anything on a moving airship.
Do you really
My hope
see
was-
me being
What would be
a
nice is I can
suppose
send a
that
correspondence
captain
and
of
then
the
we'll have it
guard?
ready the moment we land. Instead of having to send that when we land and having to wait till the next spot.
Okay, well, yes, that is a completely
That's the
different
idea.
thing than the captain they were talking about.
Oh, yeah, it would be. But that's also logistics.
Just in case Blue runs out at some point.
If it
I'm
makes it
sure in
easier
due
for you,
I'm starting
time.
to think
see
they're
if I-
not real.
I can see if I can get us a regular supply in for you.
No, I mean, think about it, like, in the grander scheme of things.
For the health benefit.
What if there's just like a council of
Of
dwarves?
course.
That's how they normally run things.
Anything else besides that plant
No, well, they would have one of them would have to be the captain.
Why?
Someone has
I
to
mean,
be
not
steering.
necessarily. There could be 12 of them, and one of them could be a navigator or a
What's up
helmsman.
again?
Does not make them the captain.
Oh, tailoring.
It doesn't happen, but
Being
Ah,
a
tailoring.
Also navigator.
I know someone else asked for fabric as well. Any particular
A ship without a captain.
from a
Navigator works for
fabric from a
captain.
particular area you fancy, or
How crude.
nothing in particular.
Is it?
Reinforced fabrics a little better.
Well, I mean, it's not really a ship, right? It's more of a town.
To prevent stabby.
Also
Well,
fair enough.
yes, but plenty of
It's
towns and
both.
groups have
But
mayors
Stabby is
and
always a
singular
good thing
leaders.
to keep in mind, aye.
Captain of the
You
town.
don't need to
That's
look like
true.
a corporal while protecting yourself.
I don't think that. No,
Yes.
so, well,
Did you recall your own
maybe, but
clothes?
I don't think anyone calls them captains. Maybe not. Maybe I
That's very
suppose
pretty.
closer to Tor. I shouldn't say
Well
that.
done.
I don't have a wide enough
Never
knowledge for it.
seen
It was the trade before I
township
moved
before.
before I started my journey this way to find this ship.
Township.
Some air captain.
Oh,
Ship also down.
You had the dream as well, I take it?
I suppose so.
Something like that.
Maybe this is why we
Probably
can't
the
find them. Maybe we're calling them the wrong thing and they're being,
Hiding.
It's a strange
Pedantic.
thing, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty bad quality for a leader, though, being pedantic.
Well, I wouldn't say if nobody
Imagine
called me by
everyone
my
that
proper
had it kept it
title,
to
I wouldn't have
themselves.
answered them.
Air captain.
That would be something, huh?
Mhm.
Kinda makes you wonder how many people had it and didn't.
Well, they'd probably be below deck, right?
I thought as well.
No, they would be in the
You know,
captain's
someone had the
quarters.
theory that this is all the ploy of a cult.
Alright, where is the captain's quarters? In a giant airship.
Tempest match.
almost anywhere.
Exactly.
Well,
You were on the
on
top
my
of
ship,
it,
it was in
so
the
most of it
normal-
would be
The
below
problem with
us,
that
top
right?
of it was connected to the
Well, the problem with
deck.
that is
Just-
magically resistant. Unless it's very powerful.
Everyone else stayed below deck. So,
Maybe it is.
if we're everyone else,
Better it could be.
so then higher up.
But I'm sure the adventuring types will go out there.
Is
and
there a
figure it out
higher
for
up?
us.
Besides, like, the top of the dome?
That's the hope, at least.
Never actually looked.
I mean,
There.
if that's going,
Or there's also the theory
Is it
if
the-
that's where that's where I would
The-
put captain's
ploy of the
quarters.
Kalypsia to
Uh-huh.
get people on board.
The stern? Is it the stern?
friend is a strong word.
The rear?
She's a girl, but you almost got it right, clown.
All done.
I was never.
Marketing?
Well,
This ship is headed somewhere now.
I was more often than not drunk, so those terms are
Not?
fuzzy. I just said the ass of the ship more often than not.
Just think of it. That'd be quite the international incident if it was.
I see.
Ass tip.
Turn back now.
Crow's nest.
Well, I suppose by Otar's
Belly.
definition,
Well, Nathan to land
a
again.
lack of pedantry is a good quality in a leader.
It's a mutiny.
Right, well, but yes, my shop will be open. If you
No.
wish to come in.
Not yet.
Don't you need to know who's in charge to do a mutiny?
Mostly just
More
stuff
often
like
than
that,
not,
or
yes.
some that I brought along with me. Precious
Well, otherwise it's
stones,
just a takeover.
mana crystals,
You have to know who you're
building
mutinying.
materials, or
What's the
like.
difference?
If mutiny will show self, then no.
Might be in the market for those two.
Fair enough.
Isn't it just a not very difficult mutiny?
Aye, too. Well, I can tell things
Well,
are good. for
seeing
me,
as how we don't
especially
even know
with the
where we
workers
would
below
steer
deck.
the ship.
We already sold a crate of copper ore.
Or how.
Aye, not even officially open to. Aye, I was sucked there for a little bit myself.
More often than not, it's
Weapons?
good to learn who.
So my cargo got.
Or, I
There is
suppose,
a training area.
Binding
cargo
it?
got mixed up around.
Well, there,
So I had to
I
be
mean,
down there for a bit every now and then to get it all fixed up.
many members of the... this is a hypothetical conversation, no? We're not actually trying to plan to...
Yes, yes, of
No,
course.
I have no intention, you know, I kinda like it up here.
Okay.
Of course.
travel.
Fully hypothetical.
I was discussing the philosophical considerations, not
At
the...
this point.
Maybe
Ah.
not put an application in.
Never mind. Sorry.
Oh, I see.
That is what I was anticipating, but I assume that we cannot all be early wakers.
You simply asked how.
Unfortunately, no.
It's not important. It's not important.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for me, but regardless, if you'd rather...
Actually, speaking of philosophy, there was a cat person who said that they talked to you and said something about curing them?
There's
if I remember correctly,
a
if there's anything with
person
a blue lantern,
who
that means it's been claimed.
is at least operating under the... Their proposed story is that they are a human man who has been transformed into a cat. I
Well, I
have never heard of
seen
any
the
such
room in the inn
magic.
would be fine with me. Normally,
Neither have I.
my wares, being able to sleep where my product
I thought perhaps you might have more experience in knowing about anything about such a thing. So I suggested that if you could be found, I hadn't seen you, so I wasn't certain. But, practically speaking, I suspect that they may instead simply be a cat that thinks they're
Aye,
a
which one's that?
man. No.
So, I may have said some things, and
Oh.
potentially put him in a mild amount of distress. I'm not very good at
Everyone has a bird on the shoulder.
reading people.
Yes, I perhaps should have sought you out myself. I was sort of hoping to avoid that.
Oh, and he's walking away.
I
I
mean,
think he might
he
be a
started
cat.
talking theories. Yeah, I said that one too.
Must be a nervous type.
It got so bad
like
that
me after
Gideon
sugar
offered him a
too
job as a desk decoration, and he almost took it.
Finish this up.
You know,
Yeah.
that was like the first bed I really slept on in a while.
Need mutiny.
What was I don't know if it's you.
Why are you so stuck on
I'm gonna
mutiny?
go tell people around town I'm gonna be open soon.
Owning an airship would be pretty cool.
I mean, yes.
Haven't you, though, then
I mean-
set the precedent that mutiny is a tolerable strategy?
Thank you for the drinks.
I mean, I was
Yes,
musing.
appreciate
Go
it.
grab my last bag though, real quick.
That's how I was forced off the my ship. Okay, well,
Thank you for your
yes. All right,
service.
I may have.
Thank you.
That was.
Hey.
Hi.
Tell
A
us all
fair
no.
point.
The shop will be opening later this morning.
No, I did not see him today.
If you wish to peruse.
Oh,
Wonderful.
Of course, yes.
Do you know any
Where is it?
on the ship?
You know that wall that separates this side of the city from the rest? If you
Yes.
walk out past that wall, it's directly to your right.
Yeah,
The one with the open
uh,
windows.
Wooden one.
By the tavern.
Or what I assume to be wooden.
Aye, that's true.
The
Got it. Thank you.
apparently.
Alright,
the upper
absolutely.
one, Or the.
Feel free to pop in. I'll be there for a little bit today, anyways.
Okay.
They
Of course.
are a living construct of some kind. Possibly due to
Alright, if you
a
follow me.
anomaly or a fate of some kind. They wear all black and look somewhat like a.
Oh, that building. Sorry, took me a second.
Thank you.
I'm unsure if any of the dwarves have any
The
handiwork.
tavern is still closed,
I might ask if
from
you
what
have
I've
them
seen.
as well.
I feel like
Just need a
perhaps
stroll.
whoever decided that that should be a tavern is not particularly aware of economic
Sentinel and a
forces.
carpenter.
Yeah, I met them the other day. They were telling me all about their jobs.
Fair point.
I suppose.
Maybe they just didn't
mercenaries
know
are
that
ambiguous.
a bunch of people were going to be inexplicably given free room and food.
Well, those are clean.
It's free?
I think I get the gist.
Ah,
Survey them,
well,
ask for it.
so some
Find out
people
who's
were
paying for it,
not
clean up the mugs.
required to pay when they boarded the ship,
Correct?
Well,
and
everything
our
is
names were on a
kind of
list,
coded for
and
their occupancy.
we've been given rooms here. And I don't know why.
Yes, I still need to know who to thank for that.
Down somewhere, or who gets how many
Management will
ale?
handle that.
Oh, alright.
We are.
They had a list of names. Or somehow they knew from our names, I guess.
Going off to a good start. I think.
Everyone
Although
else
it's still
had to pay.
interesting that they knew we were coming.
So,
Yes,
you told
that
them
is,
meet me in here.
I
If you
think
want
alarming
to
is perhaps the word.
City.
Why we need to find
Yes.
her, Captain.
More so to
Yes,
spare
this,
time
I
for those
sort of
that
hoped that maybe...
For a commission.
leave at a shorter time.
I see.
Ah, alright.
And also they-
Once
Well,
again,
let's
my
not be
elusive
so
nature
hasty.
saves me yet again.
Because if they're offering to pay for food and drink,
Have a
then
good morning.
No problem. You as well.
I'm just reading it over and over again past couple days. And
I must ask though, are you of the same
Just
kind of
just reading
Zimmerman-
it. Get
Zimmerman
down,
who
but
said
Should also
a
lead.
mercenary?
It's
No,
Yes.
just a hunter. I don't
That
go
is
after people.
a
I go
valid
after
point.
Animals to take their hide.
I love learning
Clean them
how
up.
to do
Sell
new
them to
things
someone who's
for
willing to
runes,
turn it
but,
into something. You know?
I'm not too
Well,
huge
a
into
mercenary is
magic
more than
and
just hunting
shit,
a person.
so-
They do anything for coin.
That's fair enough.
Though I suppose the
also-
sort of
At least I don't know from
that
Minecraft,
expectation
but,
of them
Spellcraft, it's always been
hunting
the
people
possibility.
is the
We
cliche.
always
That
interrupt
would be
one
more
of
of an
our
hired
goals, we
assassin
podcast it
though.
for like a year, and
You
that's
can
it.
also hire them for bodyguards as well.
No, I don't know if that's where they're at.
curtain make yes. Though
I can definitely handle myself. But
my
Good luck.
expectations are still low for that being open.
Ask for coin before, like helping people find
like an
things or
elemental
helping
or
someone.
something.
It was lovely chatting with you as
You know,
always.
delivering goods before.
No idea
You know.
anything about one.
Whatever
You both
can
take
fund
care
my
now.
Yes.
New experiences.
You too as well.
Though your
Yeah,
attributes
it's
mostly
just
lie
learning
within
the
hunting.
runes is
so
all.
Yeah. That's kind of, you know, was my whole
I just
thing
kinda
before. You know,
slammed my head
I went out
into
to
it
see the
for
world.
long enough, and I eventually I'll get it
I see.
probably.
Well, careful. It almost
Oh,
sounds like you're
so you
getting
have
a
done
concussion from it.
mercenary work then?
I have so many questions for Shades. I never find a good time to ask them.
There's someone who likes to help.
Runes is all-
For coin.
Yeah.
That is what
I know.
a good hand of them say, as well as adventurers.
I've seen relatively few and never made a particular effort to talk to them.
Well, sounds interesting.
I regret that I didn't take the
only ask
chance.
'cause
Quite is good.
I
They
assume
are
that's sort of
fascinating individuals.
not for show.
Oh, no. I was part in the you know, hunted monsters before too.
I mean, there's just so many
Not
questions.
exactly for their hype, but they're
Oh.
Huh? Oh,
Good
excuse me.
morning.
What can I get you?
Good morning.
Like, do they even have physical bodies?
Well,
They can make themselves physically manifest. Good morning, Daku.
Good morning, good morning. Are we discussing the shades today?
Food's great.
In passing, at
Well,
least.
you know,
Honestly, it's some of the best food you could probably get here. You know, stuff that isn't.
with my
specially made for you.
research, perhaps it's a step closer. Maybe they're like walking souls, or perhaps they have bodies, or perhaps they're closer to the in-between. It's really a gamble.
Vail's quite great.
There's. Go on, please.
No, I was just going to say something of interest in that regard might be the one of the ship's engineers. I know you were talking to him before. Might as well be a light shade, for lack of a better word. Have you seen him around? Goggles, all white, entirely white.
Oh, the ghost.
Glowing.
Wait, what?
It's what he calls himself. He says it makes it easier. He's really a Dawn Elf.
Have you not seen him?
I've seen him, but the ghost part
It's just
was
something my father used to say.
To be fair, I don't know if he's died yet.
I don't think I've seen any substantive evidence that there's such a thing, so I'd be skeptical of any such claim
Always
regardless.
keep your hands busy.
In honesty.
You know, more you do it, more you got something to do with your time.
Fair
You're not
enough,
just sitting
fair
there.
enough. But maybe he's a different Link because he's not always been around. 120 years apparently.
You
So
only
maybe
got a
he has
limited
some
amount of time.
understanding.
Anything can happen at any moment.
Well,
Only
so
120?
it's better to do
If
something
he's
with that time
truly
than
a
just sit there
Dawn
and do
Elf,
nothing.
then
It's only about a tenth of their life.
I'm sure I've wasted plenty of mine.
I mean,
Don't
he's
give
rather.
the work from you two.
Oh, what?
We all live it in our own ways, you know.
Actually, Dusk Elves live shorter lives than Dawn
Sure,
Elves.
you know, not always doing something was for something.
I
In a
mean, in the grand
literal
scheme of
sense.
things, he's been transformed for a long period of time. Not he's been alive for. Never mind. Enjoy
Well,
your
he-
day.
That's fair. That's
Of
fair.
course.
Ah, exactly. We look back at something we could have done, and we'll do it next time. You know. We don't make the same mistake again.
I think that was my fault.
Your upbeat positivity is laudable.
Maybe.
I just, you know, I
No,
recognize,
it was
what
most
I've been
definitely
given
my
is great,
fault. Yeah.
You know.
Still getting used to talking to people again.
Yeah, he seemed upset at the prospect that we were implying that that's particularly young, but only in the sense that compared to
Exactly. You know. I used to be just a wee little
compared to
hound.
the shapes.
I mean,
I was granted this
Okay.
gift.
right, or the Nary.
Good morning.
Right.
As in,
Yeah.
your time here at
Humanity.
Kalypsia.
I don't
Yes,
I
it
don't
seems
know.
things are winding down
Perhaps
now, so I might actually
well,
be
it'll
able
be
to
fine.
leave this place for once.
Life's a lot simpler when you're an animal. Well, pure.
On the topic of the man that's a cat,
Dangerous.
Yes, we actually sold
fleeting.
out on mugs. I might have
Exactly.
to ask management for another set.
is it
Then you don't have to worry about things like
unethical to preserve that belief?
True, but then you're more worrying about when you're gonna get your next meal.
That he was transformed into a cat, or that he potentially was always a cat?
That he was once.
I'd rather worry about
If
my
we
meal than,
think it's
I
untrue
guess
that
mortgage.
he's
What was that?
a man,
As someone who does perform such a vital role aboard the ship, I don't.
Because
You don't know what
theoretically,
else can happen.
it is possible that he was a man.
yes, strictly speaking.
Well, I hope you get to experience it again soon. Nature's
It
wonderful.
would require a very powerful spellcaster, though.
He might be. The Kalypsia might
Well-
be flying about to sort of show off its advertisements.
Or perhaps some sort of fae. or spirit.
I've heard so much about that dream.
Maybe.
It's so horrible for the people who have it. Must be real rough.
Maybe he's,
Good morning, Jasper.
I suppose, a powerful enough bit of soul magic, maybe?
Well, I hope you get some free time to experience and enjoy life.
That brings into the whole premise of mind magic versus soul magic, and if one could theoretically connect the two, or if both
I think
would
it's
be
much
needed.
easier. Well, so to put an enchantment on someone that would cause them to think that they're a cat is not particularly difficult.
That's true.
Comparatively.
I certainly hope so.
I just
Sad to
wanted to
see
come
some
over
more
and say good
smiles in
morning
this
to you,
town.
Moonstone.
Good morning.
Mm.
It's good to see you.
It's good to see you too.
For good reason.
I
though.
have
I totally
another
understand.
conversation to get
You know,
to, though.
you see
But
premonitions
unfortunately
of the
cannot
world
stay and
ending.
sit.
How could you not?
I hope you have a
Hope
lovely
you two
morning.
have a lovely morning.
You as well.
Exactly.
Heard
But the
any
power to
interesting,
smile through it
chat
all is great.
on your way here?
If one can modify the soul heavily enough, you alter one's being. Combine that with some divine magic, and in theory, one could maybe come up with some process by which a person would be transformed.
The person's day.
I did see a
The mental effects he seems to be suffering are, again, relatively speaking, easier. And even with the first point, I'm talking
You know, be someone else's
very
sunshine, I guess.
theoretically.
There's a certain irony to that. I suppose I should be.
There is
So,
something that I've been trying to work on recently.
Display available at hand.
Consider the soul as an energy source, correct?
well, I hope the ale's as good as I said it was.
And the mind is also its own form of energy, to an extent.
We do have someone.
But it's
knocking
just
about
right.
In fact,
Yes.
Kind of the reason why I picked up on this again.
Perfect.
Looks
can
like
you-
you know what-
Theoretically,
From a tavern.
there might potentially be a way to convert the mind's energy
at least this doesn't.
into a similar type to the soul's.
And if you had something too good, then you'd.
I haven't found it
lose
yet,
sense of yourself and think
but
that you're some,
if
big shot.
possible, one could connect their memories to their own life force.
Wouldn't want that.
Nothing much. No.
Now, the grander implications of such a thing could be
Came from.
Though it seems
bad, to put it lightly.
like the crow is
Sometimes
But
interested in him.
Very easy to.
if
forget.
possible, that could be an example of it.
I
This
forget
would
things all the time,
be
but
an
certain
inherently
things I'll never forget.
destructive and
Yes, he
irreversible
sat with him
process.
and fed him and such.
It would.
I don't know what he
Does that not
said,
violate
Where are you?
most commonly accepted principles for energy?
Yeah. Though, to be fair, I can't really point where I'm from on a map. Never really
Potentially.
learned that
It's
stuff.
still in the theory phases, I will
Village is
admit.
Very, very small. Like 5 buildings.
I'm still finding out if it's even
buildings
relatively
after the village,
possible.
So there's a distance away anyway.
I suppose maybe
Well,
the
a map is just an imperfect reflection of what's there.
imagine a particularly well-designed
It's the
clock.
image you have in your head.
As it does me when
Oh,
online.
The
exactly.
memories.
If one disassembles it,
You know,
The
our
springs all
tavern's
fly out
right in
and
the
it's
middle of the
destroyed.
plains. Well, on the edge of one,
Hmm.
you could definitely see the forest. Nice
I
shot.
do wonder how.
So,
you
nice
can
quick
never
trip.
really
Probably not.
reassemble
Right
it
to where all the wild
because that
life
energy
is.
has been transformed, right? So is he stuck as a cat in this
Why, if you don't mind me
metaphor?
asking, did you leave?
Because you
It
can't
sounds like quite the life.
wind a
Yes,
clock in
yes, he would-
exactly
My
the same way.
choice. I actually wanted to stay and continue working on leather and
Anything you plan
hunting.
getting up to?
I mean,
Well, Cedric, your pa, or,
through the same process that turned him into
you know,
a
figure,
cat,
said, you know, I'd been given a gift.
perhaps
Probably go out and
we
use
could turn him back
sitting in
into
the
a
small town
human.
and
But
selling
the
leather.
implications might be that we need another living human, which would be definitely violating a lot of things.
We all have to.
Yeah,
Haven't had a good look
I,
at it before.
Get what we can, I guess.
I've been in there.
Yeah,
Only
well, the old man's
for
doing well.
informational purposes.
again,
Or a very powerful divine caster.
well,
I do
Yeah.
know there's a little nook to the
Or, cynically speaking,
A small town. Occasionally we travel to somewhere
you've
somewhat
thought to
bigger.
put.
Yes,
We
so
talked a
like
little
there,
bit
but
about your
I suppose,
thoughts
like,
and
even then don't know that
concepts
place.
on
Aether,
how one might
really
make
the-
essentially a golem construct for one's soul and mind.
Trust me, I'm very excited to see all the new stuff.
Yes, it is the
Could one use a corpse?
This in
man.
itself is
Well,
very
I
new.
suppose that is a non-dwarf.
It's really
He has a crow on his shoulder.
I don't know anything about
Potentially.
necromancy.
I only thought birds could fly. Well,
One
and then
cave
that's that magic stuff. But
on the ground.
you know what I mean.
Instead,
The only problem is the degradation.
upside down, isn't it?
Right.
Same one.
Visions of flame and peril and dwarves.
Strictly
taking the
speaking,
sky.
he's showing degenerative signs, is
Ah.
my point.
Exactly, and then a whole city in the sky. Isn't that wild?
Yes.
I do look
Hmm.
forward to getting my associate too inebriated already.
Well, you know, it's
That
good
would
time.
ruin her. I merely served one drink.
Regardless, the best advice I could give him was
I think I'll have to call it
keep the idea of a cure as more of a hobby,
Right, alright. You better
as
continue,
something
though.
like that might not come in his lifetime.
a pleasure.
The
Yeah,
pleasure's all mine,
I
once again.
suspect some people might
Thank
be
you
a
for
little
your
bit wary
patronage.
of the implications of us investigating such a thing as well.
Oh, thanks.
Mm.
I'm no longer flat broke.
I still might look into it a little bit. It has piqued my curiosity.
It's
Thank
been
I will have to apologize as I'm
an
currently
itch, to be sure,
with
but
my friend Bob
I-
at the moment.
Very well then.
I'm not going to do anything rash,
Good to see
mind
you, me
you.
lord.
Well, knowing that he's already
I
been.
am.
What did you tell him
I'm
exactly?
sure we'll speak later.
Oh, then I
Or
hope
run
so.
into each other again.
Well, he's either been hexed, he's always been a cat,
Let it
he might be cursed by a higher power, or some sort of other mystical
So,
being.
how am I doing?
I pretty much ran the course.
You've done wonderfully.
I have a tendency to run my mouth at times of interest.
Can only imagine how hectic it gets in here when rush hour comes.
Yeah. I
Good morning, Doc.
really don't know how to handle it if it is a mental
Morning.
effect.
Everything is now
Morning.
moved out
It's-
of my room, so
mm.
if you need to sell one,
Ah,
well, I think it might already be claimed, but
well, yeah.
It'll all be charged forward to where you are residing, regardless. So there's no dodging
I'll
that.
figure it out, I guess.
oh, I paid for this time in coin. The other one, assuming it was already charged to the room,
Or not.
it's
Strictly
what-
speaking, I suspect that I
If
won't.
they make it to my estate, they make it to my
But maybe.
estate, and that's not
I don't
my
know.
fault.
I'm rambling, I'm sorry.
Well, if you're aboard the
Um,
Kalypsia, I'm sure they'll.
No, no, it's fine. I
I'm sure
do
they
the
will,
same
I'm sure
thing.
they will. I don't suppose benefits would be so lenient to pay for
I
these
did say I
ones,
would look at his soul for him.
Unfortunately,
figure out how I'm
it's
going to do
kind
that
of
again.
where We have to fund these somehow.
Darn. That's fair. So you two, any plans?
I'm
today?
not practiced enough in the area to offer
Work,
much
yeah.
assistance there, I'm afraid, but
Well, actually, work is going to be ending.
I used to have a
It's
device
going
that would
well.
help me look at the soul.
Oh, and then
It
you
was
come
more
back
of
later.
like a
Right,
focus.
you know,
It was
perhaps
runic
that's
in
what's
nature.
going
I believe it was gold.
I believe within the final hour, yes. Though it
I
says
can't
it's
find the
not
formula, so I have to figure it out again.
But for me, I plan on making a stop.
The
to look
curse
at
of
it.
having
I
too
did
many
take a good
books.
Look at it, so
Mhm.
I want to sort of excavate what other information it may hold, other archives and all.
yeah.
I have heard that there is plenty
Well.
there. Literally, at the very least, found some stuff on rune crafting now, so perhaps there's something worth looking at. Maybe I'll check it out at some point as well. But might
Then
wait
we
on
might
that.
see each other.
We'll see. I will see.
Oh, I do gotta speak to that dwarf man. Not Barnabas, but the other one. Apparently, he's a merchant.
Vargas?
and
I'm gonna go for a
Vargas,
walk.
That's his name. I gotta buy some hides
Of
just so I have
course.
some stock in case someone wants
I
to commission me.
said already
some
lied
leather.
out.
Hmm.
That was quick.
Yes, he talked to me about perhaps getting stuff that is harder to get your hands on. Though I'm not going to question his methods. Regardless, he would be helpful among here.
Oh?
Ah, very
When you
much.
say stuff that's harder to get their hands on, does he mean like dwarven ale, or is he implicating himself immediately?
He was rather inconspicuous. He was rather conspicuous about it. So I imagine it is a bit of a hush hush under the table type thing.
Oh, really?
Thank you. Oh, hello, Mia. Fancy seeing you here. Good
hello.
morning. I hope you had a
Good
wonderful
morning.
time at breakfast. We were wondering if you could help our friend Law here with something. We were given an explanation by Gideon about runes and about slots and about mithril, and we were wondering if you could think of a way to see whether or not there will be runes inside of here. Like a rune of runes or a rune of sight.
Public knowledge we could access anyway.
Sorry. I don't have any Could you run me through what the problem is?
She's stuck. We need to take them off, but we don't know if there's runes inside.
Okay.
And we would like to see if there's runes inside, so we're asking whether you can find a way or create a thing with runes to see runes.
Trying to figure out how
Are
to break
you-
the chains?
Kind of.
Good job.
Go on.
We support
well,
this ordeal.
Something strong enough to cut through mithril.
Okay. I assume you've already considered breaking them.
Well, yes, obviously, but it's mithril alloyed with with steel, sorry, and it would be quite difficult to do it without also, breaking her arms.
Yeah. Right. So
And also, well, go.
They're mithril alloyed with steel.
Yes.
Why do they have a set of tongues attached?
They can come
I
off.
added them.
Look.
Oh, these were added. Okay.
Then why do they
Okay.
And they can go back on.
The demonstration. Never mind. It's fine. Okay.
Yeah.
Should we be talking somewhere more privately? I don't mean to make public your business.
I don't mind.
Well, it's public enough. It's hard to hide, but if you wish to go somewhere more private, we can
I
totally
was
do it.
going to ask why they're on.
That's fair. Well, I suppose that's up to law.
I was falsely accused of a crime and was about to be sent to Alcatraz. On the way,
That's
the
the
ship
story.
got
Gee.
toppled.
Okay.
There's a whole meeting about her not being a prisoner.
Do you have
All right,
any...
well, now that you've sated your curiosity, can you please answer a question?
It's not unrelated.
Sentinel did come up to me.
Right, I guess you're deciding whether or not you want to do it. That's fair.
No,
All right, go
not
on.
in particular.
Ask your
No,
questions.
that's not the... It's not...
It's just interesting that
Understanding what I might be looking for is useful.
like a bunch of us.
Fair enough.
And I think they said they didn't have the drink.
Something for powerful mages. Meant to keep
Okay.
them
Yeah, from what I
tight.
remember, they didn't have the dream, so I don't know.
Do they inhibit you in any way magically?
Whoever runs the ship is just very...
Not that I'm aware of. I only started dabbling in magic once they were on.
I doubt it that they're nice. There were people that had to pay.
But whoever put them... So you have dabbled subsequently?
Had our names
Just a little bit.
Okay.
for some reason.
And you found you're able to use them?
Just a little bit.
Use
But I don't
them...
quite know how to do much more.
Okay, that's okay.
Yes, and it's quite curious that a magical prisoner wouldn't have something against it. I was thinking about it, and it's possible that it has, like... Well, Gideon was talking all about runes, that it has some sort of, like, detection or something, maybe up to a certain level, and then it might do something. That's the thing. That's why we want to know if there's runes or not. Anyway, go on.
One of the other reasons that I'm asking is because there could be something in there that's not runes, that would not be... Well, hypothetically, if I were going to make something to inhibit you from casting magic with it, I would make it explode, probably. And then you'd hemorrhage
We
inside the
thought about it,
gauntlets and die. And that would suffice.
Yes, we did talk about
so that's why I'm asking, because that's why it's relevant, is to know what it's for, and that's what... Right. Okay. Can I make something...
what I mean
Hmm?
is that,
Give me
whoever in
an
the
hour.
management knows who had the drink.
All right.
Okay.
I need to think about how I might go about this.
Their knowledge
That's fair.
It doesn't have to be exactly an hour. I'm gonna walk and get some fresh air and think about how to approach this, and maybe I'll talk to Gideon as well. And we can...
Yes, we were just talking.
Yeah.
Yes, we were just talking with him about it, so it's fresh on his mind.
Yeah. The answer to your question is yes. Can we make something that can determine whether there are runes in there? Yes.
Look forward to working with you.
Making something to disassemble it might be easier, but that's a sort of moot point. You don't care, I assume.
Well, it's not that I don't care. I wouldn't say I don't care. That's not the language I would use. But we also consider the fact that it might have some sort of, again, room to detect a breach or a brittleness or something like that, that would then trigger something else. That was the point of trying to find the runes.
Yeah. The trouble is that disabling them is not going to be particular.
asking us if we were sentinels because they were trying to gather.
A rather stupid idea. Has Gideon suggested simply over-enchanting it?
Well, no, he hasn't. Well, first of all, he didn't even know whether or not there were enough slots. Again, especially because it's an alloy, so we're not really sure how many it would have in the first place. But I think that's something that you'll have to discuss with him, sorry.
Yeah, okay. I'll do that. Okay. I'll, go do some thinking then. Yes. I'll find you in a bit, probably. Yeah.
I suppose.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Also, hi, my name is Myalinthel. It's a pleasure to meet you.
Oh, you hadn't met, I see.
Law.
Law.
Pleasure to meet
Nice to
you.
meet you, Law. Alright. I will find you, soon.
Thank you.
Shouldn't be too hard to miss.
Well, yes, you're wearing bright orange with giant shackles.
More qualified being in Tortuga than they are being guards, if that's what they're bringing to the table.
So is there anything else you wish for me to see?
They're better on the front lines,
good
probably, than
morning.
actually being
Sorry, I just
guards
noticed
Good morning.
of
your eyes are
people.
very pretty. All right. Well, let's
Being a guard of the people and making sure people are safe are different than fighting on a battlefield.
Well, maybe a couple
Yes.
Very different.
And the fact that they think
Oh, one second.
mercenary work and guard work go hand in hand is rather
What?
concerning.
Okay, bye.
I mean, are sentinels guards of the people or are they guards of the ship? You know, I don't really know
Both.
exactly
Yeah, a little
what
bit
their
of both.
whole.
I mean, honestly, we're
According
just
to the
trainers.
posters.
We're in training, so we're not really supposed to even do anything right now. We've just been told to keep an eye on things and report back to the captain. But it seems they didn't even know we had a captain. I'm gonna have to make all of them.
Yes.
I'm gonna have to have a meeting with all of them myself.
Men walking around have not seen. Do they have a hat?
Yeah, the one that was running around was setting up a meeting with the sentinels to figure out what they were doing, and
The actual
since
captain doesn't
no.
really walk around.
Yes?
Are you sure they're sentinels?
Will not believe until see.
What, the incompetent fools? Mercenaries?
Well, so,
Which one?
more specifically, are you sure they don't simply think they're sentinels? That's a rather impolite question, I'm
They
sorry.
are, because they've seen them.
Sorry, they've seen who?
I've seen them go
You've
through
seen
the
them, sorry.
trainer.
Okay,
Yes,
understood.
I've seen them. I'm a sentinel.
Yes. That's what I'm sort
In
of...
training.
You implied that they hadn't met anyone, and that I assumed meant that maybe you hadn't seen them either, and
Well,
so
they
that's why I
did.
was
They would have
asking.
had to go through
That's
the
okay.
captain
I
or
retract
the
my
trainer.
question.
We have two that we can go to.
It sounds
I'll
like some
retract
people
my
don't pay
question.
attention in class.
No, they really don't, it seems.
They're not the sharpest swords in the armory, are they?
No. I might have to sharpen them myself. Myself? There we go. Yes. Or I need to talk to the captain about it. And tell him to whip them into shape.
Perhaps actually speaking with your captain might do better.
Yes. I want to go put this down. I'm tired of holding this empty plate.
Alright.
I'll be right back. I'm sorry for getting so frustrated. It's just been...
No, it's understandable. Well, honestly, I think I am going to have a bit of a soak. I've been eyeballing that steam room.
You're gonna hit it up this early in the day?
Well, I mean, why the fuck not?
I suppose.
Get to water first.
Probably cleanest in the morning.
Yeah, probably. Nothing stopping me from 2, eh?
I suppose I should probably head up the forge. I have a lot of work I need to get done.
Yes.
So.
Are you the gunsmith? I heard there was some...
I am a gunsmith. Yeah.
Actually, now that you mention it, I should probably open
I
my
might need
shop
to
or
talk to
something.
you about something. Maybe. It depends.
Can I walk with you?
In the kitchen.
Yeah, sure, of course.
Well, you can talk to me now, and if not, I'll be down at the forge.
No. I just wanted to clarify if you were one.
Yeah, no, I am a gunsmith.
Alright, what did you wish to discuss?
There's a Miss Law who is wearing strange gauntlets, and I've been talked to about them, and I've been told that you are aware of them, and I thought maybe I would discuss it with you, rather than pursuing things that, well, they're attached to someone, so...
Yes, I've had a couple ideas. Some of them are a little fantastical that I have no way of doing. So far, the very basic one I can think of, which would still be, still not without risk, would be to take something either imbued or maybe even gold and just stack strengthening enchantments on like a saw.
Yeah.
To make it harder than mithril. But again, that would still be very stressful, probably when the body's still inside of it.
Maybe.
Which is not
Yeah.
ideal.
I didn't want to mention this until it's something that needs to be fully discussed with, I guess the client, for lack of a better term. I suspect realistically it might be that at some point there will need to be a dispensation with the concept that she's going to come out of this completely uninjured, probably. Whoever put them on there knew what they were doing, presumably. But,
yes.
Yeah. They were looking to see if I could come up with any way to determine whether there was an enchantment on the object. This is...
Yes, no, that is a very... That one is the more fantastical kind of things. They were... that had been brought up, and I have no runes that would even begin to bring me close to trying to figure out how to pull that off.
Well, so, strictly speaking, I don't know why this has never really occurred to me. I just sort of have taken it as a general rule of rune crafting. What happens if we just enchant it?
I imagine that, so that was actually the first idea I had, was to simply put enough strengthening runes with the inverse runes to make like a brittling enchantment, and then stack several of those on top of each other, and just kind of thing, smash it like clay. But the current worry is that it might already be enchanted, which means like the enchantment won't stick and the extra work kind of wouldn't do anything. Considering it is mithril,
right?
That means that there may still be slots available on it to add some brittle enchantments. And if we do happen to go over, just anything as overage would just, it wouldn't be able to hold the magical oomph to actually, continue on.
Right. But we can just do that.
We can.
See,
the worry is like cost, which it wouldn't be too much if it's just like a single one, but if we're going to try to like stack more and more on, then might need something a little more.
Yeah, but we can just put any enchantment on it. We don't need it to do anything. We just need to know whether it's enchanted already. If it's not enchanted, we can just break it, I'm sure.
True.
Strictly speaking, they want to know if it's enchanted. We could find out whether it's enchanted. Like, if we do it like tomorrow, we could be done probably by the end of the day.
So let's say we put a single brittling enchantment on it, let's say. And then if it sticks, then we can add another.
Exactly.
And if that sticks, we add another. And then easy, okay. And then if it ever stops or doesn't take hold, then we know that there are enchantments on it. Which I am kind of assuming there are some. In fact, I am assuming there are pretty good enchantments on it, because there was talk about her being like a powerful mage, and that they are binding her magic, but she's being very suspicious about, no, I cannot cast magic, kind of thing, so...
She said that she had dabbled in magic, but only after receiving the gauntlets, and that she was able to cast some now, presently. This is not altogether it's not a difficult thing to make something only react to a larger amount of magical use, otherwise foci would be problems. See, strictly speaking, if I were to create a device like this, I wouldn't bother having it react to their magic. I would just have it be that it would have I would probably just slit someone's wrists with it. Like, put a mana crystal inside, have it explode, shatter their hands, and they bleed out into the gauntlets. That seems inelegant, but expedient. Well, it's difficult with mithril given the amount of enchantment that could be on it, but at least we would be able to determine how much of a rune we would be dealing with, at least.
No, I think it's a good first step.
Yeah. Okay.
Do you know the inversion rune? Because that is not something that I personally know.
Yes. Yeah. What else could we use?
Reverse or inversion? I don't know.
I can
just,
do a
just
reverse.
strengthening.
Well, do we want to make it more brittle?
I would think so.
Probably. We could also just enchant it. If we use one of the enchantments, if hypothetically there's a slot to work with, could we connect, if there's a mana crystal inside, and or the object is a reservoir, we could drain the reservoir of energy. We just add another rune that uses the device as the power source. Maybe. I've never tried to... I've added additional things to runic objects that I've created, but I've never tried to do it only supposing that so...
So, you're saying like perhaps like a storage rune paired with a reverse intake rune to take any kind of magical energy within it and shunt it out, kind of.
Yeah. And we can have that do whatever we want. The energy doesn't matter. We could have it glow, and it'll just glow until it's out of juice. Which, again, inelegant and... I figure, conceptually, if we get into a good spot, we can work out some of the practical implementation details, but...
Okay. Yes, I definitely think we can do this.
Okay. It's gonna be a lot of work, but...
Probably, yeah. And I have the feeling that it's going to be relatively pro bono.
I guess so. I feel like...
Like if it's just, even if we just like charge the material cost in like Enchanter's Ink, because that can get a little pricey.
Right.
We can call it a debt, because they are going to be working at the blacksmith, and maybe able to pay it off over time.
Yeah,
They also don't have like large stores of ink at the moment. Just what I was able to bring with me in my luggage.
No, yeah. I had requested that the ingredients be available at the general store, which I hear is open today. I can check in on that and see how he's pricing things and go from there, maybe.
Alright, that could be good. And I also know the magic shop will be having mana crystals in it as well pretty soon, so I should be able to just make my own Enchanter's Ink. If need be, if I can get my hands on the crystal.
Yeah, just the other ingredients. I have a bit, but we'd potentially be enchanting a great deal, and, well, we'll figure out the supply issue, I'm sure, but, okay. A rough plan is a good starting point, at least.
Indeed.
Okay. I'll go look at ink and perhaps find... I said that I'd find her again. You were trying to open your store. I will let you do that, and I will go and... yes.
I mean, it's already open. I flipped the sign. There's not a lot of work to do.
Fair enough. In that case, yes, I'll...
It's literally just a crate I sit on at the moment. I still need to get the rest of it set up. I have all my upstairs down. I have like a little bit of work area. But just the customer receiving area is a little sad still.
Alright. I will, I suppose I'll talk with you later then.
Excellent. Sounds good.
I suppose we're gonna have to settle with nails and a hammer.
Know any tailors or carpenter?
No. Zimmerman's a carpenter.
Where is Walden?
I am awful with names.
Gentlemen, I know I grabbed a little bit of wood before I came aboard because I figured that'd be good for something. Let me see if I have anything.
It just needs to be somewhat enough to make a small stool.
Alright. Is it for the bird fellow?
Yes.
I gave him a perfectly good stone, but he didn't want that. I don't have really much furniture on me. Right off the bat, but I do have a small amount of mahogany. Very small amount. This is about all I have. Should be good enough for the stool.
How much would you like for that?
Should be good enough, yeah.
Let's just do 15 silver.
That's perfect.
Wow.
I almost
Exactly.
guessed that right on the spot. Yeah.
I'm not gonna break the bank with you. It's just a little bit of wood.
Oh, we were. I was just guessing the price, and I nearly got right on the spot. What I say, like 14 or something?
Ah.
Yeah, just 1
14,
silver
15.
off.
Alright, business has been good so far today, let me tell you. I've already made about, 20 gold?
Very good.
That's pretty good.
Very good.
Aye.
Good.
Aye, very good. Those gemstones have been selling.
Yeah, I would think so. Wow.
Hello.
Good morning.
You are very sneaky.
I didn't want to intrude.
No, you're fine. Do be careful around there. This is where my locked boxes are, so please do beware.
Okay.
You're not in trouble. Just making you aware.
Got it.
Okay, are we done here?
Yeah, you got your wood.
Aye. I will be sure to get more wood in stock once we land.
Good to know. Oh, and yeah.
There he goes. No worries. Always a pleasure.
I'll see you. Yeah, seeing you around.
Yep, you as well. Aye, yes.
I came to inquire whether you had any Enchanter's ink in store.
Oh, I didn't get your name fully.
Aether.
You are the third person come to ask me about Enchanter's ink. I should really get. I wish to really get on that. I do have mana crystals and I have mana crystals aplenty. If you do need that, come over here. He'll open up he'll show you an open crate just full to the brim of like mana crystals and mana ore.
Alright.
I suppose I can make most. Do you have
Yeah.
regular ink?
Trying to find.
I should have some a little bit. I'll be sure to get more in stock once we land. Definitely. Seems that's gonna be a popular item. So think of ink.
All right. And perhaps those 2 mana crystals.
Aye, I can do that.
And how
And
much?
since we're buying 2, I'll give you the bulk price. So for the mana crystals, the 2 of these, let's go 15. And for throwing the ink in there, let's just throw extra, say 2-3 silver. So that brings it up to about 18.
I might be back for more mana
here's the
crystals
crystals.
at some point, but this will do for now.
Alright. Thank you for doing business. Don't worry, I'll keep these plenty in stock. I'll have no trouble getting mana crystals.
All right. Thank you.
Alright, thank you very much.
Have a good day. I have some errands, so yeah.
No worries. No worries at all.
I haven't seen her really walking around, but she would definitely be able to think about something. She does work at the boutique now.
Boutique, actually. Nope, sorry. Sorry.
Are they there now?
Possibly.
Would possible light reading be available, or is it just more
I'm
a
overrun.
spy than read?
Sorry.
No, you're fine to read here.
It's alright.
Only get
Sorry.
close to anything here, unless you
Excuse me.
wanted to buy a book from us fully.
Too many books.
You can borrow them for 2 days as long as you return them after
I
that.
didn't know there'd be so many.
Ah, see. Are these? I'm sorry. Do you wish to also join the conversation?
Oh, I work here.
Oh, I'm taking.
She also works here.
I apologize. I didn't mean to intrude.
No, you're quite right. I am more so. I guess I'm getting sort of understanding on whom is setting occupation here.
I appreciate it.
I was really browsing to see if you have a certain book that I am quite interested in. Light read though.
The nature of me getting away was rather.
There is a goodly amount of them, but,
a group
well,
of
it's still in a bit of
mages
disorder.
that knew forbidden magic.
I organized some
They
things
used to
yesterday,
be
but,
tomboys and assumed
well,
they were
there's a lot
helping
of
out
books.
fellow, mages. Perhaps
Do
some
you
of
have
them
any
were, but I was not.
any on brand for fairy tales of some kind, or at least storybooks?
Most of the sword. Where did I put them? Where are they on the left there? I think on the left there.
I think so.
Beyond the shelf, or is it?
No, this shelf.
Ah, I see.
Sorry. Yes.
You're quite right. Forgive me, but should you need any assistance getting to the higher shelves, I've seen that your staff is quite on the smaller side.
Fortunately, we do have a ladder, but I appreciate the offer.
Very well then. I'm glad for it.
Ladder.
Right.
I see you reading all the time,
Yes.
both of you actually.
Sorry. No, I had come in with a purpose and got distracted. I bumped into someone and it was, sorry, go on. Go on.
I did not mean to distract you. I suppose I have that effect on people sometimes. You two are quite the avid readers, though. I see you read all the time.
Books are nice. They take you to a whole new world.
Yes, okay.
Words from people can be just as nice, though.
I'm not sure. How about you?
Yeah.
I suppose reading is what I do. I'm a scholar and archivist by trade.
Ah. Then I suppose we're in good hands then. You, specialize in anything as a scholar?
Runic study.
Hmm.
I suppose, strictly speaking, I'm an enchantress, but... I lack the practical work experience that, for example, Gideon has.
Ah, I see. I suppose the information is just as good, though.
The theory is what has caught most of my interest, but, well, scholarly work does not always pay things, so I supplement with scribe work and enchanting from time to time.
I suppose the discovery has its own rewards, though.
I'm inclined to agree.
Then you are among an audience.
Good afternoon, or day, or whatever time it is.
Good afternoon, then, I suppose. I'm looking for any medical textbooks you might have.
Any specific kind?
Non-human physiology.
I think medical were down there.
Specifically,
Go.
if I'm in danger to act in my best interest.
Let's.
Hello.
Hello.
There's Beastkin. Don't know
You
if
just have
that's
to have patience.
how much.
That would do for a start, I think.
Nothing. I assume that you among the people that told me that the library is closed is all.
I mean, I don't know how many it has in it, but
No.
Ah.
Anything to expand.
Well,
my
you were
knowledge.
with them at least. I am just merely gloating that waiting about did help me.
Well, good for you.
Yes,
Glad
very
you could
good for
get
me.
in.
anything
I'd be
else
crying
you'd
on
like
the
to
street if
find?
I did not.
I'm just
I'll
gonna
see
say.
where my gaps in knowledge are after I finish this one.
Can I help you find
Alright, just
anything?
return it within 2 days
no,
so we
just
can make sure
looking.
it's
I've
not
never been
damaged, and
inside.
you're free to check it out again
course.
if need be.
Things are still in a bit of disarray, but they're more organized than they were.
Alright.
Hey, okay. Guess I came at better time then.
Yeah. I think someone had packed them into boxes and then unpacked them in a different order, and it messed with the cataloging, but,
Savage, but I suppose practical.
But yes,
Thank you.
of course.
You said you inclined towards the scholarly of runic languages, correct?
Yes.
And typically involved.
Is that specifically through magical means, or are you more so interested in translation?
There isn't. I guess I don't understand the question.
Mm. Well, sometimes I suppose runics can sort of not be. How should I put it? A rune can mean a sort of language that has died off long, long ago. A sort of lost civilization in that case. While of those magically inclined, it is sort of putting the words into reality, I suppose. A sort of magical spell in that case, vocally said. For practical modern uses.
I suppose. Are you asking if I'm interested in runes anthropologically?
Yes.
Not strictly speaking. I find that there are a lot of older texts in which I can find an understanding of certain runic concepts, but I've never encountered them interpreted in a literary way. They have how I might inscribe a rune and how Gideon inscribes it will be subtly different in various ways. It's dependent in part in our understanding of the rune and its concepts and exactly the purpose that is required of it. If I were to show one to you, you could certainly inscribe an identical pattern into a piece of wood, for example, given a steady hand and enough time at least. It wouldn't do anything.
Do go on.
Enchanting is a I use this term not in an attempt to impart any sense of superiority or correctness or it's an enlightened process, quite literally. One must understand what one is inscribing. If I inscribe a rune for water, I must understand how it flows, the force that it exerts, the weight. the way that it heats in the sun and the way that it changes as it freezes into ice.
You must understand the element in its entirety, then, down to its finest degree.
Mayhaps not as entirely as others. I suspect that many sea folk might have a better understanding of such things, but intimately, certainly.
I see then.
Yes, it's a... To inscribe certain runes is to understand something deeper. I personally find the Tempest runes more interesting than the Elemental ones. But that's a personal and philosophical position.
Is it because it is more complicated to understand the mind and soul in comparison to something you can simply touch right now?
To imply that the mind, soul, and other concepts are untouchable is not wholly correct. In a conversation, you touch the mind of another. Though our tools for exploring these different concepts are different and sometimes less defined, one can touch a fire and know that one has been burned, but not understand why. One can be the recipient of a sharp wit and not understand the joke that was made about them. In both cases, some part of those concepts has been inflicted upon a person. They can be aware of the experience and not understand it in the deeper ways.
I suppose I must thank you, then. I have gained a deep understanding of those of the runic, though I don't think I'd be able to put much use to it, unfortunately. I'm not as adept at it as you are, or as you're putting into better words, I suppose.
It's a precise study, I suppose. I'm sure that there are many areas of, I assume, illusion that you must understand at a deep enough level. But given time and information, I could create a rune that would reproduce some small part of the demonstration that you created at the party, so to speak. I don't know if yours is a focus or simply a runic device or simply that it's magic that you're casting yourself, but one's understanding of as a mage is not dissimilar.
I suppose you're right in that aspect. Hearing this, the way you explain it, is quite preaching to the choir. For, no pun intended. Might I ask, now that I have not only a deeper understanding of it, but an extension of your understanding, what made you so interested in it?
I suppose it's always been an area of my particular focus. I think that by understanding at a deeper level and in a functional way the powers that control our The elements are the forces that move in this world. Those who can cast forth a bolt of fire are harnessing those energies. Tempest magic is the... To touch the tempest is to touch the essence of our reality. To touch something a little deeper. To touch... existence? This has fascinating implications. What is a soul?
In what sort of way?
What is life? What is it that creates the ground that we stand on? What is it that allows a healer to draw energy and restore wounds? These are not... Again, at the risk of sounding unnecessarily dismissive in a way that I do not intend to.
I shall brace
This is
myself,
not
then.
as trivial as to describe the elements and the forces that move. I think that by approaching an understanding of spirit, one might become enlightened enough to understand enough about the world to truly change it. To make manifest
You're
things
referring
that would be impossible.
You're referring to... I suppose it is usually described as within a diagram, light and dark being of polar opposites of each other, and mind and soul being of polar opposites, though there's a sort of meeting in the middle. A theoretical, I suppose, in that case.
Indeed. I find the... two-dimensional illustration limited, but yes.
I'm merely putting it in words in that I can understand it.
Yes,
you're referring to that sort of spirit of Tempest magic.
Yes, that's what I mean. It is inaccessible, but mayhaps one might approximate some sort of understanding of it. And in the pursuit of that, find something about the world and about how it works enough that it might be changed in... If you produce illusion, you are affecting the world, and you are affecting people in it. It is part of the mind, it is part of light. It is neither of these things. Many would argue, at least in a poetic sense, that a bard touches both the mind and the soul. If this is true, what is that intersection? What does it imply about us? What does it imply about what we are and what we might do? These are questions I find interesting, if not ones I have particularly robust answers for.
Truly, this has been an eye-opening experience. I believe I'm now able to walk out this door and feel a little grander about myself, having talked to you.
I'm happy to provide what insight I may. Though I will note that I am but one individual, and young.
Don't get me wrong. I do think that this will spiral into other conversations that I ask of others, and perhaps, hopefully, it'll come back to you.
Mayhaps.
Now I'm kicking myself in the ass. I only wish that I had spoken to you sooner now.
Well, you will find me here with some frequency. And I find myself reading, as you identified. Most mornings.
Yes, I do. I happen to find it very, very often. Today I sort of gave up. I was like, I'm never going to speak to her. I'm always going to be interrupted. Aren't I? And lo and behold, that was probably one of the times that I could have spoken to you, because I was at least given 5 minutes or 10 minutes before people started making their way here. Are we sort of making time for that more often now, though? Now that we have spoken properly.
And I suppose we will speak more in the future.
Yes. Unfortunately, I did not find the book that I was searching for, so perhaps the next time we land, it will be in stock.
If you tell me the name, I can look for it in particular.
Yeah, you keep an eye out for it.
Very well then. I suppose in this case it is called the colorless bird.
I'll see if it can be procured.
You're too kind. Well then, now that my search has been fruitful in another way, I just guess I will bid you both adieu. Thank you for this opportunity.
Of course. Enjoy your day.
And to you as well.
Of course he did not speak to me prior. I am a dusk elf. He is a dawn elf. I see you found your companion.
Yeah, he was out there, flying around.
That is fortunate.
I just worry too much, I think.
But Stools looks done good to me.
I suppose that is not unreasonable.
I don't need to make this look fancy.
This is an unfamiliar place for many of us.
Figure out the nails. It's
Yeah.
What are you reading, if I may ask?
Oh,
yeah, that's fine.
God, why can't I read when I look at the title? It's just a book of dreams, trying to interpret what dreams mean. Apparently, where was I?
Thank you,
See
Christian.
or talk to the dead in your dream forewarns you that you are being influenced by negative people.
Someone of your quality, especially how quick we made it.
Oh.
I see.
If I can figure anything out with this.
There's going to be a lot of this and that later on in our journey once the workshop is coming up.
Hopefully.
Oh. I owe someone a conversation. I should seek them out.
Alright.
I'll see you later.
Yeah.
I hope you enjoy your book.
I'll try to.
Only one nation.
Which means no taxes.
No taxes. Also, I got Mia free.
Ah, perfect.
Uh,
Yeah. You go first.
No, go on. I was just.
Okay. Do you have a rune dealing with sound? Is something you're able to? Sound, yes.
I dealt with. I suppose the closest I've dealt with things related to wind.
Wind might be able to do it.
I'm sure we could get there.
Yes, I have a guard looking to have an enchanted pole arm that insults people he hits with it.
I see.
I have the trigger. I have the violence as the trigger, but I don't have something that can create sound, such as like a voice.
I'd also need mind.
Yeah.
To keep memory.
No, I'd just be storing like pre-made sound. So like I would say an insult like "Your shoes are kind of okay," you know. And then have that storage, and that only be triggered upon an act of violence with the weapon. I would need mind if I was to give it, I guess, some kind of creativity.
I have the rod, and I made a couple of arms for you. The rod as well. Here.
Oh, well,
But no, if not, that's
five
fine.
silver, yes.
I do.
The
I
guy who wants it is kind of an asshole, and be okay.
Well, yeah. So
There you are.
Thank you.
As I said, I've never done it,
Pleasure making business with you.
but I've done.
You as well.
Permutations on air for slightly different effects, usually for weathering. So I suspect that it can be worked out, at least.
Excellent. Well, if you're looking for some extra coin, I'd be willing to work on this project with you.
True. Did you see him?
Excellent.
Oh, she left.
Then I would have to talk to the blacksmith and see what kind of skill they have, because if they want it, they're going to need it to be at least of a like a masterwork steel.
Don't forget somewhere to patrol.
Unless they want something like something imbued, but that would be a little overdoing it. Silvered, yes. Yeah, it wouldn't need to be on the weapon. It could just simply be on a like a mounted piece on the weapon.
A band around the
Probably
blade,
easiest way to do
perhaps.
it.
To the farm.
Yes. All right. Well, shouldn't be too difficult.
I will say it's going to be a rather expensive weapon.
Oh yeah, well fuck him. He deserves it to be like.
I mean,
through the
like
teeth through it.
Do guards make that much?
Probably not. I'm going to probably give him the price, and he'll probably say fuck no.
Which way was it?
If you ever need me around for that, just let me know.
Because I would say probably like.
You sound confused.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember which way was back. That way or that way.
If we need to get the.
I
source the material, source the weapon, get the fuck.
The back of the ship starts right in it because that's where the eye is. Okay, that is the front of the ship because that is where the ship is heading. That is the direction of travel.
At least a couple thousand silver.
Then yes, that would be the back.
Also, do you know where we're going?
I've been trying to find out all day.
Probably 10 to 12 gold.
Do you know if we have an actual captain?
Yeah. Before the additional pricing?
Yes, I think.
Yeah, probably. I mean, honestly, I think that 10 to 12 gold might be overpricing it even as a base. But, no, that'd be... It all depends on, like, what the stores of silver are, I guess.
His authority, he is the captain now.
I will challenge it.
I keep forgetting how small that mouse is.
Okay, best of luck with that.
Quite.
Cool. They're a mouse. Like, a mouse.
Then
Mice are normally small.
Then?
Yes, but I've also seen, like, mice be skinned that are, like, person-sized. You know?
The cat is the captain.
They vary.
I know, but, like, still. Morning.
Aye. Morning. How guys?
Well enough.
Pretty good, pretty good.
I had promised to catch
also-
up with Law, so I'm going to take my leave. But yes. It's
Okay,
good to
no,
see you.
that's fair.
I believe
I was
that they
just
went that way.
Yes, yeah, thank you.
Apparently, you do rune crafting. We don't need that.
Before I forget,
Hello?
I did find that we don't have any books on shades specifically, but there is a book that has a chapter on them that is passable if you're interested.
Ah, excellent. I'll stop by later. Also, your potion is ready behind the counter in the shop whenever you want to pick it up.
Excellent. I'll stop by at some point. I'm chasing down someone, so perhaps later.
All right, good to hear.
Hi, what can I do you for?
Is this your store?
Hi, it is.
I think it's been well more than the hour that I asked for.
Though I do add, how do you work with metal? I suppose you have those clamps, but how do you manage that?
This is the hammer. These are the tongs.
I'm interested to see how you act in motion.
Hammer. Tongs.
Oh, it's just a bit bewildering, I suppose, to hear, but I can only assume you're a very proficient blacksmith, so if it works for you, who am I to judge?
It's a process. But, there is something I must attend to. I hope your own self-tour goes well.
Ah, yes, of course. Thank you for your time.
You the same. Can I assume our hour is up?
Yes, yes, a little more than. I apologize. I got distracted by some things.
No worries.
We don't have a way immediately to investigate how exactly and with what it might be enchanted with, but we did come up with a scheme to determine whether it is enchanted at all, and there might be a way for us to negate the, well, at least some effects of certain enchantments, if they're present.
Is this a conversation for different settings?
Wherever
Or
you'd like.
whatever's most comfortable for you.
We can step outside or off to the side.
So, you said there was a way of determining whether or not this was enchanted?
It's somewhat inelegant in a lot of ways, but our current theory is simply that the easiest way to determine whether it is enchanted is simply to try to enchant it, and to apply as much enchantment as we're able to until it stops working. With that and knowledge of the material, we can create a rough upper bound on what the enchantment upon it might be by others. If, for example, it's fully enchanted, our initial inscriptions will fail quite rapidly.
Right, understood.
I'm going to probably...
And how...
Go on.
How exactly does one go about enchanting material?
You inscribe the runes onto it, usually with another device. Most rune smiths have one that we've made. By carving into the material the runes that are desired, and then filling the inscriptions with ink, one can then infuse them, I suppose. With an effort of magic and will, the inscription is empowered with the runic purpose. This enchants the item, and it then serves its purpose.
I see. I understand. So, when would we be able to test this?
I'll need to work out the exact inscription that we might want to try for dispensing it. I'll chat with Gideon about it, and I think perhaps the two of us can have a plan of action maybe tomorrow. I don't know if we'll be able to actually do it then, though. Maybe in the next couple of days we can make our first attempts.
Alright. You know more about this than I, so whatever you feel is best. I appreciate your thoughts for all of this. It does mean quite a lot.
While my personal time I care little for in the particular of it, there are some material costs that may need to be recuperated at some point, but that's, I think, something that is probably relatively small enough with enchantments like this that it can be discussed later, or in a secondary discussion.
Regardless of the cost. I see. Regardless of costs, I do not mind spending however long it may take to reimburse you once I have a proper job.
Of course.
Try and get one at the blacksmith, but I'm unsure if that has gone through or not.
Of course. That's all that I wish to discuss with you today. There are other thoughts as well for how we might break the enchantment, but they are...
Need quiet for concentration when doing stuff for the clinic?
No, I was actually hoping to speak with you.
They are what? Sorry?
Potentially hazardous.
I see.
For example, it may not be entirely possible to remove them. Any attempts to forcibly remove them are going to be met most likely with some amount of damage to yourself. This might simply be cuts and the like, but, without knowing more about what's going on,
I understand. If it's any solace, I can't exactly feel my hands anymore. So, that wouldn't be too much of a loss for me.
I'm not, in particular, a doctor enough to know what the physiological effects might be of a brute force entry, but,
I appreciate your concern with my well-being. But I do not wish to keep you from anything that I may be keeping you from. So, thank you kindly. And be as you may. There's some things I still wish to check out.
Certainly. Enjoy the rest of your day. Then.
Have a. You the same.
Symptom called
homesickness.
Homesickness.
He's going to take me out of my job at this rate. I may have to find some other job.
Be merciful. Please be merciful.
All right, fine.
Only I'm trying my best
Sir
to keep it in
Jasper.
mind. I'm something of a secretary aboard here, so
And
I
what are
tried
you
my
doing,
best to
Mr.
keep everyone.
Excuse me.
I saw a good friend standing right here, and I wanted to say hello.
Interesting. Well, if you're about to do something, you can continue with that. I was just passing by.
You know of his name.
Ah, yes, I as well. I'll be checking out the shops that are here. But I get the names of people around here. Thank you for your time.
I believe the sir should introduce himself.
Hi.
And what would you happen to be
Do you
selling
need
in this
help looking
establishment?
for anything? We're not exactly selling, except for her.
What?
Free to borrow books, really. Not really selling anything except I think we're selling copies if they wanted it.
I can certainly make copies of any books you require if that's something you're interested in. Yes.
Ah, I see. There's nothing I had in mind at the moment, just simply trying to see what everything is doing here.
Of course.
Well, that'll be all then. Thank you for your time, you two.
You as well.
Okay. Stool. Are you gonna stay here, or you want me
I
to
was
turn
going
the...
to go out. I just didn't want to get in your way. I can.
You're
Yeah,
fine. I can go last.
I shall plead for mercy once more.
Fine. You played me like your fiddle for the begamble yesterday, you know. I had to get back somehow. And you've gotten it in bulk now.
That is when people are going to make potions.
The bear and guess each other's instruments.
I do not shake hands.
Fair enough.
Yeah, a lot more traction for your shop will probably
Hello.
pop up when we start doing things.
Is there
Not sure exactly what we're going to be doing, but wherever doing particular missions off board, I suppose.
Oh, of course.
Indeed.
You feel most comfortable.
Yeah,
Just
good to
time
know.
work
Days
on our own project so far.
Yeah. Johan might have given you a hint that I'm somewhat waiting for my workshop, but if it doesn't come around the next couple days, then I'll start working on that interesting box of yours in the blacksmith. I'll rent out a spot there for a little bit and just work in their workshop. Maybe get a blacksmith to even help me with it.
I am eager to get to work on my own project, so that would be appreciated.
And again, sorry for the delay. I didn't expect my workshop to still being processed at the moment.
Of course, understandable.
Yeah, I'll continue on patrolling, doing my routes here and there, making sure everyone's safe. You all have a good day.
You as well. The book you wanted.
Oh, excellent.
Strictly speaking, most of the others have been lending them out for 2 days, but if you don't keep it longer than that, that's okay. Just, at some point.
Very well. I'll return it as soon as I can. But thank you very much for looking into that for me.
Of course.
And did you want to pick up that potion now?
Sure, yes.
Alright, just right inside.
Hello.
And jug of night vision potion.
It was 25 silver.
That's right. And if you need more, just let me know. I always brew up some more. It wasn't too difficult to make.
Excellent. I'm sure I'll be by at some point. Thank you.
You're welcome. Pleasure to do business.
With you as well.
One more thing, but
The
I'm making
constrained
a small
one.
garden, so it's not going to be much.
I'm unsure of the
I
capabilities.
know
of
the
all.
mortician has a specific.
yes,
thing
the
he's
one in
looking for,
shackles.
Ointment-wise, well, embalming specifically. Which I'm sure he
I'm-
can make. But if you know how to make embalming.
Do you know any ghost rune? Or intangibility rune? Because I sure don't.
I mean, I don't know, but I'm down to offer myself up for studying.
I mean,
Yeah,
if I was
don't
to
wanna be rude,
create
but
a new
what-
rune out of nothing,
What are you?
I have no
take
idea.
years.
I've been doing
Okay.
some research. I feel like it has something to do with soul magic is what happened to me, but I don't. We're still trying to figure that out.
I don't know a lot about the different magics. If there's like a tempest magic that might be able to cause intangibility, I really don't know.
not that I'm aware of.
Mayhaps
Would
you...
there be a spell that makes something physical? Because that's my other question. Or like a rune.
He may simply
No.
not have a body.
There's just a disincorporated soul.
But if I could theoretically, if I could figure out how to use the magic to reincorporate myself, would that work?
Then that means we would probably need something to put your soul into. If you happens to just be like a walking, talking soul, which would mean we would need to find either a corpse or create some kind of golem, both of which would require a significant amount of materials and work. Also, if you are just a soul. By itself, I do not think you would be able to have thoughts, because that would be undermined, and we know that souls do not house thoughts and ideas because brain injuries exist, so you must be some kind of amalgamation between a soul and a mind, if that's what you are, which would mean we would need 2 specific Tempest runes to put you into a kind of golem, which again is incredibly pricey and would start to need like adamantine-ish materials and potentially a lot of mithril or necromancy, I guess.
Can you walk through walls?
Kind of. I can poke my head and basically anything my upper half. I can poke them through walls, but I have to keep my feet constantly physical, or else I will just fall through the ship and the ground, presumably.
So there could be something in your feet that you can't observe, then.
We have
Maybe.
something for you. We think this man might be a walking soul.
Wait, you said you need to keep your feet physical, so it
All
means
the
you can
more
make them
reason
not
you just
physical?
need
Like you can change whether you're physical or not?
Yeah, but something on me kind of always has to be physical because I don't want to fall through the ground.
Oh, yeah.
That would be the... There's definitely
But theoretically, you could make yourself entirely intangible.
Because he does have thoughts.
Theoretically.
And speak and all
Oh.
that.
Could you stop
Or it could
making
be,
one foot tangible and step through the wall?
Hex.
I mean,
That is
Or
also
curse.
true.
maybe. I'd have to.
I still don't know how
I'm
they're
just scared,
different.
really, because if I fuck up the
I
timing, then
honestly
I just.
have no idea. I mean, the way to make a cursed item is you just make one that works really shittily. I
I wouldn't
mean,
want to fall that far either.
So would I.
you know, if I
mean-
made that halberd that insults people and then make it insult
guess-
myself, that would technically be considered a cursed item. I
Maybe
think.
try it, but maybe not right now.
A weapon that insults
soon.
people is pretty cursed already.
I mean, if anything, you just fall into the inside of the ship, so you wouldn't, because it's a big ship.
Depends on where we're standing, because
If I don't know if there's anything underneath me right now. There's a good chance that there is, but there's also a very good chance that it's just a solid object and I go straight through it. And if I make myself physical in the middle of a solid object, I don't know what that's gonna do.
I mean, just theoretically, there's two options. Both kind of suck. One is that it shunts you into the nearest open area. The second is you can probably guess.
Part of the ship, part of the crew. Forever.
I just haunt the boat. That's it. That's the game plan.
Well,
I mean, theoretically,
you could simply
you
cease
could make-
to be alive.
yeah.
Yeah, that too.
But I mean, that is under the assumption that you are a disembodied soul / mind and not this being some kind of ongoing effect cursed upon you by the gods or something. I don't know.
I don't think it was a god.
It was something or someone significant because this seems pretty fucked up to me.
they didn't even give him shoes.
They didn't even give him shoes.
I've been stuck wearing this since I got put into it.
I know. I'm fairly certain I could order you to jump off the bridge and you would. Cool that I do that. Do you have an opinion on that? No, my lady. You agreed that it
I
would
know
be
I am
wasteful.
useful.
Yes.
Hey, Chidi.
Mia,
Mm-hmm.
can I make an inquiry?
Of course.
I could warrant a guess, I suppose, but it's better to ask directly. What do you intend to do here?
Shit, that's a broad question.
In the greater sense, I assume you were brought here by the dream?
Yes. Broadly speaking,
And
Relaxing a bit.
well, I had rather hoped that the Kalypsia might bring more light to the question of the calamity that we foresaw. Well, I
Apologies
say
if
we,
you've been waiting for service or of any kind.
those who,
Not sure if we're actually open.
I helped her set
those who
up.
had the dream.
There's coin on the counter.
Oh, thanks.
Whether the calamity was some sort
I'm
of
new here.
prophecy
Well,
or
obviously we
warning
met, but
or
like to-
threat
Well,
or etc.
Congratulations.
I would like to
If
understand
you don't mind separating the
what
mugs you use
it was,
from the
and
clean ones so I can clean them out later.
through that, hopefully, what might be done about it.
No problem. Also, anything you need help with?
Not
So to understand this prophecy,
No, fine by me. You're
Yes.
having fun, that's all that matters.
I suppose that is the largest of things that I am doing.
Don't know about the bird guy. You might have a problem.
is there something you
won't tell
hope
him.
for otherwise?
It'll stay your secret.
Took off my army belt.
Probably.
Taking a little break.
Keep enjoying yourself. You need anything, Maeve's around.
I hope it will be
Then-
interesting.
There.
Hello, are you working the bar?
Don't burn yourself out.
Was there
Don't believe we're
anything left
currently open,
behind?
but Go ahead.
Trained for it.
You want nail? I can provide you a nail.
Alright, if you say so.
In what
Some
sense?
rum, please.
Sure.
A life, a home,
Get you some of the good stuff.
family, work, anything.
Every
What
time there's a,
was this adventure worth?
Combat proficiencies and magic affinities.
every time that we take a branch in life, we give up some opportunity of where we were, what we were, or what we might have done.
One of your finest mugs of rum.
I am here, not a scholar with the same resources and libraries as I might have had.
No problem. Enjoy yourself.
I indeed
Make it the
will.
nail as well.
Sure.
I give up the acquisition of knowledge and, to some extent, the pursuit of my research.
Fine by me. Not much else happening. Plus, I can be coined from this. Yeah, I'm
Alright.
kinda broken.
We have a
To some extent.
And I suppose working a tavern is a pretty good call on your part.
Thank you very much.
Well,
Enjoy your eating.
So,
I thank you.
I've been to plenty of taverns, and this place
I
doesn't
thank
even
you
seem
for
to be
your
crowded compared
answers
to
and
places I've
humoring
been.
my questions.
So,
Yet.
yeah.
Why do you ask?
Everyone's new.
If I may
Getting
inquire.
to know each other. Give it time. I'm sure there will be a bar fight or two.
Perfect timing for me then, because then I can get used to it as it
He
builds.
seems very nice.
Like you said, there's
I'm gonna jump
always
straight into it.
branches in life.
Don't mind
When
working.
you make a choice.
On it.
I find myself rather far down a branch and am looking to see where it goes.
There you go.
Thank you.
No problem.
I see.
How many is that now?
Well, I hope you find that There's some piece of fruit at the end of
I
it.
feel any different. Hello. No.
As do I. Or that the fall is short, at least, if there isn't.
So, how's your days been?
I've seen you around a little.
There's always another branch.
It feels as though it's been a week.
Sometimes it hurts getting to it.
Ah, tell me about it.
Sometimes it
Woke up
hurts
late
being
first
on
day
it.
on the job.
I suppose it takes some getting used to. And it's
Ah,
not as if
true.
the bar wasn't tended.
But-
Jessica was here early.
True.
There are others I intend to inquire with, so I thank you.
Hope he isn't doing good. I'm
And
working on it.
I will be going about my evening.
I'm sure you'll find out.
I suppose I'll see you later then.
Lovely evening.
And I see someone is waiting for
No,
you.
I think in the end, as long as he gets paid too, I'm sure he won't mind.
Hi, Molly.
Certainly not.
Hello, Mia.
Though how much damage could a jester
How are
do?
you?
How are you doing today?
I asked you
Sure.
first.
He's got that fancy sword on his back.
Ah,
Like that one, but bigger.
How to use it.
It has been a day, I suppose. Very long. Frustrating.
Everything all right?
Yes. There's some things I need
Tell me more
to
about that dream.
work on.
I may have not had it, but still curious.
Well, if there's anything I can ever help with,
That is, if you're comfortable with it. Understand it's kind of serious.
You help just by standing here and talking with me.
Not a pleasant dream to have. Though I suppose
You
it's
always
very
calm me down
comforting.
immediately.
When I awoke within the dream, I had exited my chambers.
I suppose that's a good thing.
Screaming in the distance and fires all over the house.
Very.
Bodies littered the streets. The
Now,
smoke filled the air.
how was your
I couldn't
day?
see who was even attacking.
it has
But I
been
knew that everything had been destroyed.
filled with
And I
various
knew that
conversations,
there
I
was nothing
suppose.
left when the fires finished.
It's not been particularly exceptional, though certainly
Tragic.
not
So it is
unfortunate.
different for everyone. Everyone sees something else. That's tragic. to
That
them.
is good.
Yes.
Mm.
It makes me wonder what sort of force is capable of such damage. Or who is powerful enough to project these dreams to so many different people.
Or
I
maybe
heard
it's a
that you were
warning
looking
to
into
everyone.
laws
You know,
and
maybe
shackles.
some other person is, you know,
We
giving
have
warning to
a.
everyone.
That could be the case. I wonder who is so special to know these
It's
things.
an inelegant approach, but we at least have a way of
Yes, I'm kinda
determining,
lucky
we
for
think,
having it.
whether or not it is
I'm looking
enchanted.
forward to, you know, it if it
And
ever does happen.
perhaps to
that
some
is good.
extent, how much it is
Just
enchanted.
curious is all.
Mm.
Good
I
to know the
wonder if
people
it's
I'm
the fate of
spending
everyone.
time with.
Well, normally
have
it
it
is
at some
still at least
If we
Then I can't say I'm
attempt
too
to inscribe a
excited
new
to
rune
get
on
it
it,
myself.
then, well, either it will work
If you
or
said
it
that
won't.
you were, then I think my opinion of you would
Mm.
change.
Still,
You've been rather pleasant. so far.
anything is good at this point.
Ah, thank you. I try my best. You
It's,
know, I understand.
I hope,
you know,
at least
things may be
a
gloom,
step.
but you know, a smile.
We
can
also
brighten
think
someone
that it
else's
might
day.
be possible for us to attempt to discharge any
A
energy stored
level of
within the device.
positivity that we could see more of.
You know, when you're granted, you know,
Yes.
new life or a higher meaning in life,
Which,
an animal.
again, does
You
not
kinda can't
resolve
take it
the
for
issue
granted.
entirely, certainly, but
You've always been more than
It's still a step.
Ah, I
more
guess so,
information
but,
is always
you
good.
know, truly, being a little hound is.
That's
no
what I
big
always
part
say.
of this.
Well, no.
I suppose.
They were bad. They
Or I
had,
confirm
Information is very important.
I suppose
Hey,
comparing
really?
yourself to an animal is not
I'm going to take a seat. I've been on my feet for a while.
Oh, it's just 'cause he was one.
Oh, of course. Don't let me stop you.
At some point, yes. Unless
Excellent.
reason.
Do you mind if I join you for a seat?
Not at all.
Last couple of years.
Mm.
I'm pretty fresh.
I have not heard the rumors, but I have
What?
not heard
Really?
the captain either.
What might that
Seems
theory
they're playing
be?
it close to the chest about who.
I was a hunting
the
dog
captain
before
is,
this.
whereas many of the staff here
Vaguely.
don't know them
I remember what sent me here.
or are playing
Though
it coy.
don't remember who my mother was, my father was,
I think.
what the old days were really like.
And if it was me,
I more so remember the days with
imagine
my
you are
caretaker,
the captain of the
Cedric.
Does it trouble you that we still don't know anything about the
so
ship?
many people had prophetic dreams
Well,
about,
Greatly.
Around when you
and all of them show up. Would you not?
Which
think
is a
that?
lot of my
I'm more
frustration
so-
today.
Yes.
I had,
I would.
let's say, I threw myself in one way of
A
danger.
lot of people are also getting very
Very
restless
Possibility that
He took
Yeah.
me
about this
to the
topic.
nearest, you know, priest.
to gather more funds
Fix me up.
for the dawning ship.
I guess whatever happened, I was granted this
Especially
gift.
the whole sentinel confusion as well.
Imagine
you
you
were
sent out a vision just to
healed.
make some money.
Which
Healed. I guess that's
And
why.
is their own
Nothing more
fault,
to it.
This
Simply that.
happened as a result.
really.
I would not put it past
Because they
so?
didn't pay attention when we were
I mean, hell,
going
if it
over
was work,
things.
if that's the
I
case,
got lucky. That's
even
why
really
he
blame them.
pushed me out to go see the world.
Well,
rather than just sit alone in a
But
tiny little village
I
until
suppose that
That felt too real.
Maybe
better
granted
now
a
than
gift.
after training.
Yes.
I like to say it's for my loyalty, but
Yes.
not too sure about that.
Though a lot of the others seem to think that we are not
Was your
in
caretaker
training anymore
a human?
and are fully sentinels.
Yeah, the name's Cedric.
And that is not
He's an
true.
older lad. He picked me up at
Traveled here from
a young
Valinor,
fella. But he taught me everything I know.
looking
He's
to
rather
train
kind.
the local-
Is
Always
there
treated
no
Which is
vetting?
concerning.
I have been traveling for
That's good.
some time now.
No one in my village ever treated me wrongly.
Is there
What
no
did you say?
vetting?
Both as a dog and now.
It
The
seems
dream just directed that wanderer.
Vetting, what is that word?
Good as well. Yeah, I've not heard of a
It doesn't seem to be a word I'm familiar with.
Most that I've heard have happened.
Wandering before.
there was no evaluation of
Really?
one's skills or requirement or abilities and
Oh,
ability
well.
to
I'm lucky to have someone to listen to it. You know, little old me.
perform the duties
Well,
required.
there
And
was,
if I inquire
but
what,
it seems they've all forgotten.
You may
Ah,
not.
maybe so.
No.
Sure, I'll give
Mhm.
time to, you know,
Fair enough.
make something of myself. For now, I'm gonna keep enjoying life.
Nothing wrong with that.
Which is why
Travel
tomorrow
and get your dream.
I'm going to
Make your way here.
call a meeting with everyone
When you got
Exactly
here,
what happened.
and talk to the captain about
Another
this
one?
you
Alright.
have your name.
Coming right up.
confusion.
Ah,
Mm.
Which
I
was
tried
for.
my best to make
It's-
sure that it wasn't.
It's
I did not wish to be aware of what I
We're the
reassuring
ones
to
that
know
should
that.
know things.
Mhm.
Was your name already known?
I think
Or was someone else
maybe
in
that
charge?
a great number of answers are at some point going to be required, though.
Yeah, it was when I was boarding. And they had
Yes.
a tag there.
two lovely
that
people.
Should I try to board?
I'd still like to know
Hopefully
why
soon.
we didn't have to pay when we boarded.
Right, no problem.
And I
Yes.
know many others had this experience as well.
What about you? You heard my
Yes,
story.
I want to stay
Seems it wasn't
inside.
everyone though. I'm
I
half
don't think
thinking
my
it might
story
be
is nearly
random.
as exciting.
Nah,
That
everyone's
has
got their own
been most of
story,
my
and every
frustrations
storybook's
today.
exciting.
So,
Mm.
possibly a way to get better reviews.
I'm feeling a little sleepy.
Really pump up the idea of the Kalypsia.
I don't understand how they
Right.
became sentinels.
I don't know.
Oh, in the presence of
If I were to apply as a sentinel, would I be
It
accepted?
is
I wouldn't call it
interesting though.
royalty where I'm from, but yes, I suppose so.
Whoa.
Honestly,
I would agree.
probably yes.
The pleasure is mine once again.
When I learned that, that's when I realized
Right.
how
I'm
Does
not
that
sure.
trouble you?
Well, I'll be in my
not
room.
going to be helpful.
Honestly,
It
the
does.
noble life is rather boring.
Plus everyone else is
politically
always so
think,
open
yeah.
about it.
You
A lot of people.
are not someone made to be a guard.
Alright, it's up to you.
You cannot fight.
But
Ah,
I'm here to
And
ensure that dream
you also
is
don't want to
fulfilled.
know what it's like to
That is
protect
not
people and keep an eye on people,
Right.
ask people how they're doing,
I have not
making
had
sure
this
they
in time.
feel safe,
Just wanted to say
and looking
that
into
if I happened
crimes.
to lay down a bit,
That might
then
happen.
probably safer,
Alright.
so.
For now.
rest up. Have a good rest.
So-
Reporting
Aye.
to your
Good seeing
captain
Have a
you.
good rest of your day.
first and foremost before
too.
you do anything.
Apologies.
Well,
outside of everything that's happening, how
It's
have you
alright.
found your stay so
There's really not much to it than that.
Interpreted cynically,
Like I said,
this
compared
might
to yours,
imply that I am a
very average.
I believe that one of the gods.
indifferent, hostile, irresponsible, and authority disregarding individual.
You know, I'm not good with politics.
Continuous. The
Anything
one
like
that doesn't. The one in armor.
But
Either
you know,
way,
what you're doing
it is not
noble.
good.
Pardon the pun.
It is not within my
You know,
skill sets.
Coming here, you know, in your lavish life, or from your lavish life to make sure nothing goes
do not
wrong.
recognize him.
You know, pretty noble of you.
And I've seen him, but I do not have the name.
It's the honorable thing to do.
Yes,
Many of these
continuously
sentinels
Exactly.
bothered me today.
Honor's a good thing to have. Same with morals.
I've
Yeah.
been stuck under the ground.
I'm sure that you'll work it out.
I only really joined for information.
With my arrival.
And of course I'm still going to do my job.
In my appearance with white hair.
But now it seems like I have to do a lot more than I bargained for.
That accusation is null
assigned
and
to me.
void, of course. But he still gave me a warning.
Well,
Then
you're
afterwards,
surely
whenever
more
I
than a
went for
guard.
my
It is
I feel like
for my
Who's beneath that mask?
I'm one of the few with actual
Hi,
guarding
friends and company.
experience.
I am
Welcome, welcome.
Natsumi.
Natsumi, yeah.
Interesting.
And I'm the only one at the
How'd you get into the
library with
guards
any
work?
The
experience.
sentinels are an
How'd you get into
interesting
your
bunch.
position?
It seems more or less
I
that they
agree.
needed a
Hard
few
work.
extra enforcers.
Oh, your guard work.
So they
Sorry.
needed to hire out mercenaries.
I guess we're in the same boat then.
I have a
Can't say
father.
I entirely blame
No, I
Mine
haven't
is-
talked with every single one,
That also means
so I'm not
many
sure
of them
about some.
So it is my duty.
I don't wish
as
to
I
say
was born.
undisciplined,
Mm.
but have a decent
I
discipline.
But the more boisterous and loud ones are the more
You plan on doing
concerning
it
ones.
forever?
Undisciplined, and along with that,
Yes.
continuously.
Spreading a lot of information.
Well, I hope you enjoy
That
it.
isn't true.
For example,
Making wrong
I
assumptions.
definitely see them as mercenaries more so than town's guards.
It doesn't matter.
That being said, not that town's guards were exactly
alright.
less volatile
I'm not
where I was
certain
from.
if
So
I can answer
It is
that
fine.
question.
Yes,
Mm,
I am
I unfortunately can agree.
either way.
doing my duty.
you give a
It
man
is certainly
an ounce of
something.
power and he will exercise it to the
That's
utmost.
the typical
Nothing
answer.
wrong with. Nothing wrong with loyalty.
Though I did meet at least one
Seems like a hard worker. good trait.
seemingly very
But such is the way it is. Not much you can do about it.
interesting sentinel.
Where you're
Try
from
not
must
to
be
piss
very
off the wrong
lovely,
people,
seeing as you
I
two came
suppose.
from it.
And she's already a sentinel.
Are you flirting?
Mm.
Never did
Name is Taku.
Ah, just, you know, haven't seen much people like you.
Haku?
Toka's name is
You
Toka.
two seem rather lovely.
Oh,
So,
Toka, I am so
you know,
sorry.
who am I not
I
to
did not
assume,
mean to get
you
your
know,
name wrong.
Everyone where you're from is lovely.
It's okay, just met.
Well,
Mm,
not
I'm
that I
sorry.
have any sway here. If
You're
that
the
guardsman
yes.
does
powers
continue
as a
to
barkeep.
be
Who's Molly's friend?
Who's happy by complimenting him.
I'll get Gideon to harass him.
To put a smile on someone's
Um,
face
I understand.
is a gift greater than gold.
my name is Myalinthel.
It should be an active
No, that's
challenge
something
for me.
that I can do.
At least I will consider.
Long name. Toka's gonna say Mia, okay?
That's alright. Most people do.
Toka Homida, Sentinel of the Kalypsia, recently changed to day shift, and also Hinode military.
You're a lord yourself.
But I would be a fool
Well,
to not carry
Yes,
it
I
out
am.
still.
You did not state it upon our first meeting, though. A shame.
Nice
I
to
would have
meet
given
you.
More respect.
Toka likes your hair.
You're a smart man.
I'm more curious of how you
thank
treat
you.
me without the titles. It
I
tells me
often
more
find
about
when
you.
you're in cities, a big
It's
weapon
cool.
is when you want to show off.
White on outside and glowing blue on inside.
True, I suppose.
You were not disrespectful.
A little, at least.
It's a good call.
Mm.
Yes, it's very pretty.
Thank you.
Respect is earned, but
And it
same
certainly
goes
worked
with
on me, by
disrespect.
the way. I will add that one.
And you have the two different eyes. Really cool. Mm.
Man, big weapon. Probably a mercenary, perhaps?
They're mine, I
Have I
suppose.
earned
glad
your
to see you
respect
again,
by being a
woman.
noble?
There's a lot of
Hey, Marina.
interesting types here. I'm sure you.
Toka's turned orange after working with fire magic for so long.
Thank you. And to answer your question, nobility with the noble title, some respect comes with it.
So what
But
is
that
your
respect
plan
can also
now?
be lost.
Most of my kind have green
Being
eyes,
noble is
so
not an easy thing.
I'm sort of doubly unusual in that sense,
Does
which
not earn one respect. The fact that they were
I suppose is what it is.
such a role. As it can
Toka
easily
thinks
be
it makes you look cool. Mia's unique.
Yes.
But aren't some born into it?
I suppose so.
Very true.
Some are,
The other one,
but
but I have met the Harpy.
it can still be taken away. I was
What are you
born
up
in
to,
family
Toka?
royalty.
Seems to be the one who's in charge of the farm.
Toka just gave Seth a little bit of training since Seth is also a fire mage.
My father's figures.
Oh, I see.
We're attacked by peasants.
How did it go?
We're attacked by peasants. Yes.
Pretty good. Seth is good at fireballs and can manipulate fire decently.
This is why you have the
Needs to
gods
work
and
on
the
condensing it so it has more impact when an attack lands, though.
And if that
I
house does
see.
not it fills up before I can claim it.
Seth also needs to learn to cast it from his own body and not rely on a
I
foci.
attempted to assign a god to myself, but I
Yeah.
was in need
I
of
know
one.
some people are setting up camp there.
Is there a reason that
Actually,
you're
I'm
opposed to
setting
foci?
up there. I believe.
My father respects my choices.
Toka uses one.
I'm going to bring honor to our family.
But if you lose your weapon in battle and don't know what to do without it, then you'll be killed. Or worse.
But he is setting up camp in a few places.
I guess.
In the sewers
Honor
last
will
night.
be the thing that will rise us above.
Relying on just magic that you can cast from foci would be bad in those situations. You should also know hand-to-hand and try to know how to cast from your own
My father's
body.
already obtained it in the political sense, but I will obtain it in the sense of a legend.
I suppose this is why I'm not a soldier.
Not everyone has to be.
Which one's more important to you?
Soldiers fight so the regular people can live in peace.
Well then, Amat, I believe it was. It was a pleasure.
My
meeting you.
family, in some ways.
I suppose that's reasonable.
Safe travels.
But for I wouldn't be myself
I'm sure I'll
without
be seeing
them.
you around.
I'm sure you will.
Plus, for Toka and her family, it's a matter of honor.
I suppose so.
How so?
Could be said for anyone.
Thank you again for the
Use
aid.
another. Oh, you're all done? Alright.
Might
Toka's
be
from
back for a
Hinode.
little bit later.
Participating in the military is very honorable.
Maybe go
It's
to
aiding the
Paris.
entire
Yeah.
country.
Is it a nation
care.
that you fight for? Or just a family?
Both. I mean, my father is someone rather powerful in Celesta. If the
Is
world
that
ends,
strange?
then Celesta will not exist.
No.
No
Hmm.
one else.
It is something that
Toka's
I
found
feel
many
as well.
people find Hinode's traditions to be odd.
They are.
Taken, but if in my dream, well, I saw Celestia burning. and
Well,
saw
I
the
suppose in the
rest of
very
the-
literal sense, foreign. But
Another?
only insofar as we are very far from Hinode.
On it.
That's. Correct me if I'm wrong, that's
Leave a good tip.
on the coast all the way in the east, right?
We don't need.
I've been
Mm-hmm. It was a long trip here.
for 6 years even.
I traveled, what, maybe half that far, and it was a long trip even for me.
Nice to let loose from time to time.
Well, I am
Mm. Toka's used to long trips, though.
Whenever I need to rest. Or at least a mug.
Does Hinode often send their military far afield?
Ale? Or would you like
when
some
you are
rum?
the shadow, you're not I'm going to get water.
Not always.
Oh,
It's
alright.
just a matter of
Doing it back here.
less intensive.
Usually only certain
You
people.
might not want to use the bathhouse water.
What was he here exactly?
I know where water,
I see.
drinkable water is.
The dream
Alright.
is just like everyone else.
Yes, but are you here for yourself or for family?
Truly has an
Is that why you're here?
To talk to a shade. I never
I'm
exactly
here
met
for
one
my
until
nation.
boarding the
Mhm.
Celestia.
Toka had a dream, and then next day, higher up said I was to come here.
Usually we
I
all
see.
whisper, at least according to humans we do.
How long have you been
Shade
on the
volume
Kalypsia?
are considered to be yelling.
Do you not get along with other shades because of that?
Almost a
They
week.
seem to not mind.
Toka was on night
I
shift
see.
for a while.
Did your guard get the dream? Well, I should ask. Not so, man. Did you get
Well,
the
I
dream?
lost my train of thought. What was I going to say? Apologies.
Yes, I did.
Interesting.
Huh.
Still, thank you for your time. I've enjoyed the conversation.
You must be
Maybe a few
more
more rounds
of
than
some
you'd-
more importance than just the card, then, if you were to get the dream.
What's interesting, I wonder.
Anyways,
Had plans.
they thought becoming part of Sentinels would be the best way
Almost
in.
anyone can get the dream.
Hmm.
Those who are destined for
That
greatness
makes
get
sense.
it. And you must be destined for greatness.
And our friend here isn't.
Toka was
Well
told
done.
many
Surely
people
they
had a
could do
dream here.
this.
Alright.
That is
Many
true.
have had the dream everywhere.
Anyone can dream, I suppose. As
Interesting.
what's been proven in some of the more unfavorable folk.
Toka thought it was only her for a while.
Oh.
Mm.
Oh, we're. Ooh, okay.
When did you have yours?
Who is unfavorable?
Well,
Are we
About a
talking
month
the-
before deployment.
of course we're talking about the criminal, but there's a couple
I
others,
don't
but
know what
especially
that
the criminal
means.
And the cursed one, as I've heard.
A month before Toka arrived here.
Hundreds of years. Allowed to board.
You travel all the way from Hinode in a month?
Mm.
Am I very bad at traveling?
Military takes special routes usually.
No,
Hmm.
enlighten me.
Undead.
Fair enough.
This one.
Had to be briefed along the way.
lady was just telling us her story.
No. What
A lot of
stories
people
might
have had the
you like
dream.
it?
Thousands,
I can give you a
probably.
rundown. So,
Everywhere across the world.
most beast folk, came
Hmm.
from animals, like normal animals.
Really
It
interesting.
was very much the same, but
Toka will have to look
apparently,
into that
according to
more.
them, most of them came from
I
centuries
think that's
ago.
why a lot of us are here.
I, came about.
I'm
just
afraid
a
there's
few
not
years
much
ago.
to be looked into. At least not as of yet.
Huh. That's rather peculiar.
Mostly just
I've never
asking
heard
who
of
has
it.
had it and who hasn't.
I mean, I've heard the stories.
We'll see.
Hmm.
Yes.
Toka's sure she'll get more orders.
So only 2 years ago.
2 years ago as a little hunting hound.
Mm.
A dog, and still maintained to be a dog.
Has Molly ever patrolled the lower ship?
Lower ship.
Makes sense as to why you'd like to.
Where
make
all
us
of the mechanisms and stuff are that make the Kalypsia fly.
I guess you could say that, but
I
more
haven't
so,
gone very
you recognize
far.
that I've been granted something higher than what I
Mm.
used to have. So no point
The
in
most
taking it
is
They
the
made Toka
sewer
patrol that a
Being going all
lot.
the
over
time.
there.
The what?
They mostly stay up here.
Refill, please.
What did you say? I didn't hear you. Mostly, you said mostly in something.
Mostly up here and also the specific location that I've been told to keep an eye on.
Fair enough.
I thank you.
I'm sure that you know about it.
And I've heard many of stories.
Toka knows about it now.
Yours I've never
You can
heard
always
of.
ask the captain about it. I'm sure she'll be
Glad to hear I'm
happy
special,
to
I
let you
guess.
know.
See? Oh. Do we know
So what
anything
does
about
Mia
the
do?
criminal?
Well,
That's
we do. I have some information that I was granted.
kind of a broad question.
She cannot be trusted.
I
Apparently,
am,
she was from
by
Alcatraz.
trade, a scholar, I suppose.
Well, was
And a
useless,
scribe and
then,
archivist.
according to her, things
I worked in
happened,
libraries and with
and
researchers,
then was allowed
mostly.
aboard the ship.
I
doesn't.
work on runes primarily here, and I work at the library.
Well, from what I heard from them,
That's my
yeah, she
job,
made the
and then I do
transport.
enchanting. Strictly, I'm not an enchantress by trade, but I am now, I guess.
Well, speaking of a
So,
watch person,
I'm rambling. I'm gonna shut up now.
Well, I don't know what a watch person.
Runes are
You're
always
fine.
useful.
well, you've been watching them or taking care of them.
They're very powerful, but
You want a drink?
depends on,
Sure, maybe.
they're expensive and difficult.
On it?
Maybe.
Well, you're right.
True.
Mm-hmm.
Toka's never had to pay for them before. Higher ups usually took care of that.
Fine ladies had a couple drinks.
Fair enough.
You have much enchanted
Enjoy
items.
yourself, you know. Nothing wrong with that.
Currently, no. Toka had to leave most of her kit back home.
No, I was saying hi to Molly.
Was
Just
allowed
you're
to take
focused
gun
in-
and armor.
That's right. She's.
Although I might suddenly leave, but you know, that's for different reasons.
I've noticed.
Yes, I'm sure you have. But anyway.
Is enchanting commonplace there?
Molly keeps staring.
Apologies.
Some people are good at it. Toka's not entirely sure. Grew up military, so not a lot of interaction with the rest of Hina Day.
Yes.
Which is odd. Very odd.
It is rather odd.
Mhm.
And the fact that the Sentinels, they allow her to walk around willy-nilly, and, well, they're looking at getting her shackles off.
Excuse
Can you
Toka.
believe it?
Heard something interesting.
Thank you.
They sound to be idiots, the lot
It's
of
not-
them. Absolutely
Oh.
daft.
No, it is fine. He needs to know.
That their loyalty can be bought and are now sentinels. Yes, I do believe it. Pay them enough
One
and
of,
do whatever you like.
One of them
The
which also
mercenaries.
apparently stormed into a business and, you know, insulted a couple businesses here and also apparently smashed or tried to smash some merchandise.
He should not be talking smack about people that are going to help him in the future.
Toka
Is it
heard something
incorrect
about a
to say
prisoner
that-
the Sentinels have?
Not a prisoner that they have. A prisoner that's aboard the Kalypsia itself, and
Nothing.
well, the Sentinels have allowed to walk free.
Nothing.
Thank you.
Holden.
Yes, hello.
The shackly
Weird
one,
choice.
the one referred to as law. Yes,
You know,
rather
just-
Toka
weird.
hasn't met
Sure.
yet. She'll keep an eye on it.
Even
It's
still,
good that you did that.
Oh,
Then
he
you
needs to
Toka
watch his
Homada.
mouth.
You were gonna make me waste
Sentinel of
my
the
favor if you
Kalypsia
didn't.
recently changed to day shift.
favor. Thank you.
No problem.
Tokyo,
Oh,
I
yeah,
am
did you want to
Elijah
see how it
Elisha
is? Well,
Ferranti of Celestia.
I don't know that I want you to use it this
Pleasure
way
to make your
anyway.
Good to meet.
acquaintance.
Fair enough.
Well, I would have if you forced my hand.
Toka likes all the red. Good luck.
May I get you fine ladies anything to drink?
Thank you, thank you.
I think we
Red looks
Can I have a
rather
water, please?
lovely on me.
Water?
Oh,
Nothing for me.
Makes me look handsome,
But
don't
thank you.
think?
I don't know.
All right.
It's fine.
No problem.
Thank you.
It is.
Toka's not into boys.
Ah,
Oh,
a
good to know.
shame.
What?
Anyway,
Sorry.
What?
Anyways, Toka's gonna go look for that prisoner.
What did you say?
Thanks for telling her.
oh,
I-
Toka,
Hmm?
do you know the truth about law? Have you been giving your orders?
Water.
Anyway.
Thank you.
what would
Go
we
ahead,
say?
take it from me for a minute, if you don't mind.
Toka only
Thank you.
just heard about.
Rand. Some Rand. Your face is red. It doesn't matter.
Mhm. Law is staying with me at the farm. We were given orders to just keep an eye on her. She is
No, I
allowed to
wasn't
do as
taught.
she pleases
I'm
on the
supposed
ship.
to cut people off or not? They've had too much.
Interesting. Toka's still gonna keep an eye on her.
Need to stumble up the stairs.
Yes, that's what we were ordered to do. So that is perfectly understandable.
What about yourself? Have you had
Mm.
any?
Toka
We
has
were
to
only
worry
told
about
to
safety
report
of
anything
people.
suspicious to the
The other
captain.
night, Giddy and we played pool. He taught me how to play.
Understood.
How many
So-
is that?
Eli is very mouthy about it.
Yeah.
Mm.
What? You drank 6 cups of
Anything?
drinks?
Is Eli also Sentinel?
No.
Anything. Nothing.
Got it. Just talky type.
Feel it a little bit in my fingertips.
6. That's
Thanks for the information.
Yes.
Of course.
It usually is sooner than 6.
We're just doing a contest. Hello.
Why is this so large?
Can I get you something?
Why?
This was the only
Just like a
way.
mug so I can get some water, please.
Fair enough.
Oh, right.
It doesn't need to be that large anyway.
She's had more drinks than some dragons, I
you go.
know.
Ah, another sentinel.
Rather impressive.
No problem.
Maybe that's why Nyx always needs hair of the dog.
Well, you'd expect your guard to be tough.
Have you been on the clip show?
And she keeps on going.
About a week.
About a week.
I'm gonna make her keep
This is rather
going. She can't go anymore.
What?
That's the
Going
point.
to make her.
Toko was kept on patrol.
What did you say?
I said maybe that's why Nyx always has hair of the dog.
To be honest, I expected
In
this whole
alcohol,
thing to
same
be
person.
lower levels when I first got on. So
The
seeing
hair of
the sky was
the
honestly
dog?
great to see. Are you gonna remember?
It's a.
Imagine being trapped down there.
Alden,
Toko's
I'll
never been
step on your
flying before.
toes.
He drinks in the morning.
I don't have toes. I mean, I imagine.
I assume because he drank the night before.
Yes, interesting. Yes. It's not like you
I'll
can really
do
see
that.
it, but
Maybe it's because their mugs are too big.
Is it? Oh, is it a saying?
I'm able to see the sunset without
It's-
For someone who's drunk or
Uh,
hungover?
I'll take it.
Well. Oh.
It's. I don't remember the exact saying.
Have to focus on work.
Fair enough. Take care, Toko.
Can I get you anything?
Loosely, the best way to not be hungover is to get drunk again.
You know,
Or
some
You want
ale.
the cure is
Yeah.
to be drunk or something, or to drink, or I don't really know. I have not really ever drank,
Well enjoyed.
honestly,
I will.
so I'm not exactly an expert.
Neither have I.
Hello, Daku.
Hello.
Here you go.
Which I'm sure some people will be surprised to hear coming from a Fae.
Do you drink a
No,
lot?
not quite like a cat, no. No, not at all, actually. I just, some feathers just fall sometimes.
Myself? No. Other Fae did. Yes.
I see.
Thank you. Here's the coin.
Oh, thank you.
Another refill if you wouldn't mind.
Mostly at parties and celebrations.
I'll give you a generous tip by the end of this night.
I suppose that's why lots of people drink.
has your day been?
Why? When?
Less insightful than I was hoping, but
I mostly
still
just like
full
to
of
drink water.
tidbits.
Didn't you have before you became?
And I don't like the way that it makes my cloud. Cloud? Mind cloudy.
I'll show you. I have a question.
For
I like to keep it clear.
What do you hope to achieve here?
I drank faster than I would have liked. But not to me with drinking fast. I had to keep up.
You're perfect.
I've not really been
So
to a
did my
lot of.
family.
Determined to be a match for your god, are we?
The
The,
Kalypsia, this giant flying city, was invented.
The party here
You know,
was really
it's
the
pretty
first
clear that they can
proper
do heavy lifting.
celebration of any sort that I've really gone to.
I didn't doubt her.
Of the party kind, I suppose.
What are her capabilities?
I'm not much for social outings.
How do you mean? Is the reasoning, I suppose, behind your question?
She's not a
I suppose I can always enjoy a
She
good
can tell you
party
herself.
and celebration.
Very well. What are
It
your
is nice to catch up with
capabilities,
people you
Nathan?
haven't seen in a while.
I can fight. I can do magic. I can do first aid.
Could I get you
One
anything?
needs-
Sorry.
Common
You wish
magic
here?
is in a god.
Yes.
And a good
Drink,
god,
not
at the very
bad.
least.
Ale, wine,
What?
or rum?
Oh,
What sort of
do you want to
magics?
share?
Wine.
Nothing.
Wait, wine.
Okay.
Does anyone?
I suppose I'm just taking in your beauty.
One needs to.
Why would you have your
I
weapon
know,
out when asking
alright.
such a question?
So you
It
haven't
was to
even drank it.
Fill the bowl before you can look
There you
at your
go.
own reflection.
Look, I've heard
Well,
about
he's
the night
holding
already.
it
I can
to be
assure
a
you
part
I'm
of it,
trying
but
to.
you
Looking
don't
for a
want to
reason
drink
then.
Uh-huh.
Well,
Then why
it's
might
just
he be?
I can drink it
I'll
later.
drink it if you don't want it.
For my
I have it
own,
for myself at the moment.
You
so
drink it
in the
don't worry.
purpose of others.
Reports are
Hey,
made
don't
about
I
him.
don't
I'm
drink it.
having it dealt with.
seeking reflections in their ripple.
What are your opinions on Chidi?
Well,
I don't
Chidi.
think
I like
No
her.
sign in the building. No sign at the farm.
I'm afraid mine is in
I
the
checked
no
above
sign
deck, so
anywhere.
he might be in the sewers. I heard rumors about
Neither
someone
is
sleeping
mine.
in them.
I am simply here
Right.
because I am here. I
You
have
know
no
an
reason.
access point.
No reason at all. Not even curiosity.
You know what that's about.
Mm,
It's more like
I know one thing they said. I know who was sleeping in the sewer. And I told them not to anymore.
to finish if you were already on the path.
So complicit.
That I get.
Really? That's what you want to go and say after
Mm.
I did that? That I'm so complicit?
I'm now curious where to go next.
Am I
Once
wrong?
you've
I
gotten
thought
He might just be
I
looking
thought you
for
didn't want to
someone.
do this while drunk.
Well,
Because the other
Let's
person
go.
with him wasn't a sentinel.
Thank you.
Want it?
Hello.
Mm.
That would be what, the
7?
ninth now?
My name is
9?
No,
Yes.
7.
Sorry, you asked me a question.
7?
I like Chidi.
I thought you said you had reached 7
I think of
before.
what to do after.
Oh.
That's my point.
There you go.
Yeah, it's
What kind of
She seems
conversation
smart
is
and
like a
nice.
spot of you in mind?
She's interesting to talk to.
Sometimes it's good just to do things because they interest you.
She's
They're
definitely
She has
exciting.
the right kind of mind for things, I think.
I'm so proud of her.
Obviously, everything in moderation.
Yes, that
Anything
was-
new?
this sounded-
True.
No.
We haven't talked all that much.
Alright.
I find it
We
very
have a
This will be your
real
last
party
one.
animal
I have
here.
another way. I'll figure it out.
Another way.
Give up their past
Understood.
lives
What are you wishing? Are you wishing to
Leave
break your
things
god?
What about you?
to satisfy
Working
their
on it.
curiosity. I've had many people tell me that they
What about you?
Maybe just a bit of fun.
work,
Perhaps it is rather
behind.
entertaining.
I think she
satiating curiosity.
asks a lot
Less so
of
when it
interesting
comes to
questions.
Uh,
Not very much of a
It seems
talker.
things have been reversed, honestly, between you and your god.
less truthful
Mm.
You should.
You were out there to.
than
Enjoys her work.
You were out
of
here trying to
nothing.
find her limits,
Mm.
and well. you
Always
decided-
nice.
Ran off in the middle of a conversation with me to go secure some work.
And it seems that you have become the.
That
entertainment.
seems a little impolite, I guess.
You talk
But
to it.
Mm.
You too.
I did not take
I
it
lied about 2
wrongly.
on the way here. I wasn't sure how many would be here.
Fair enough.
There's a lot more than I
I
thought.
talk how I please.
Mm.
That's the reason that.
And I shall not stop
I thought
unless
to
you
come
make
here.
me.
But after that,
Same.
there's no real. It's mostly just why did I have it?
Mm.
You know. Short answers are nice, but if I had to
certainly.
think for a reason,
Yep.
an answer must.
Anything I can get
Honey
you.
me.
I need to go talk to Alden
Funny
very
me.
quickly. I'll be right back.
I was hoping it
Okay.
would reveal itself a few days ago, admittedly at the party.
Mm.
But also, until I come across something else,
Going to
I'm
return.
just going to enjoy myself.
May in future, may I spar against your god.
Thank you for your
me
patronage.
propose
Normally, if I
There
get
you go.
told-
Oh, apologies. I got used to handing it the handle first.
I can allow
Sheds
such things.
Now, the trick is you hold it like this.
scatter across the
Are we still
countryside,
going to have that conversation?
and of the
less than
hundreds
today?
that fall,
Like that.
Well,
Alright.
we were
Good
to
going
know.
to
Thank
but
you
for the
lost
help.
track of
make
them,
it to be
so
saplings,
maybe another day.
and from
Excuse
that
me?
2 dozen,
Can I get you
only
anything?
one becomes
rum.
a tree.
Alright,
Rum?
no pressure.
Not it.
I can find them.
Was that
Give you a
seed
fresh
chosen?
mug. I gotta
Is
clean
it
that one
special?
still.
Oh.
I'll get you the good
Then
stuff.
better not be that criminal.
I'm going to go look for someone that I need to have a conversation with.
See you later.
If I can't find them, I'll come find you again.
Always happy to talk.
What do you have with Elfe?
Hey!
Enjoy.
Them as well.
Thank you. Yeah.
course.
I don't
No
know if I
problem.
would go so far to say the tree is a fated one, but more so.
Well, since you
Fate
asked,
has
I just wanted to
decided that
clarify
that
some
tree
things.
is the one. I do not know
Together.
if special is the word I would use. But distinct.
No, well, she offered to come along. I didn't really want.
Excuse me, my lord. Can I get you
She
anything?
said, "Oh, well, I
Reason
can
for
come
the
with
tree
you."
not to bask
I'm
in the
quite
sun
alright.
and drink from the root,
Alright.
Okay, what? So they know who to come to.
Good luck.
even if it's not
That's
special.
not going to go well.
Oh, you might as well have a drink with us if you have nothing
Yeah,
else.
well.
At the end of the day, special
I
is
just want to
a
say
term
my
for
piece,
people.
and then whatever.
It's time to
her to.
Made up.
Very well.
Excuse me.
Subjective.
Yeah, it is getting to be that time, you know. We
Yes, it
have
is.
thing.
I don't know how this helps your
I
case,
have
my
business to take care of first, but well, hopefully this shall not take.
I'm just speaking to speak.
Excuse me.
Yes, fair.
Get you anything?
But,
Yes.
so tell me, if I can pick your brain.
Let's see. If you need anything, just come poke
Oh,
me.
you know that one of those.
Other than that, it's honestly see if there's anything more to it,
No,
and
of
if not,
course, I
enjoy the
heard
trip.
about the dream, but I haven't.
I have
had it
nothing I need to be
myself.
doing for the next 7 months anyway.
Personally, I want to see the world.
I might get off next stop.
It seemed like a unique opportunity to do so.
We see where we go from here.
As do I.
Excuse me, sir. Can I get you anything to drink?
Hope I'm not intruding.
Yes.
Mia?
Can I get a mead?
Not at all.
Mead,
We're
honey, or
just
normal?
discussing the same question I posed to
Honey.
you.
Fair
Let
enough.
me move his stool over here.
Isn't it
Yes,
funny how
I-
the best selection of menu items in the ship is the bar?
And I posed that
Near a restaurant.
many people here find
We do.
that because they had the dream, it gives a purpose.
Actually, if I may ask,
As I just posed to my friend here,
are there food items here, or is it all beverage?
You'd think so.
Ah.
a tree has many
the food
seeds.
stuff yet.
Annoyed.
I see.
There is a
They
kitchen
blow
right over
across
there,
the
but
countryside,
that's something
and
that's
of its
barred when we
many
get there,
hundreds,
which will be in
only a dozen
you know, when the
become
sun sets.
saplings, and of that dozen,
See.
Oh,
only one becomes a tree.
Sure, I'll get the training soon enough.
Is that seed special?
I can make you some basic cooked meat.
Combination if you want.
No, no, it's fine.
Another day.
I was just simply
Alright.
curious. That's all.
Would you
Oh, good.
know the level of alcohol it would induce?
But no, I
There is.
come from
Well,
Milisante,
probably,
where
Well, I
the
would
last
say
stop
stronger
the
than
Kalypsia
I
had,
think-
She's had
so
like
I
9 drinks by now, so I
was
don't know
curious
how much
and
it's
decided to leave my shop there behind and
That's
and
fine,
board
I
and
just
go on
need
a
to
little
know
adventure,
the
I
level.
suppose.
I need to know that it's possible.
Leaving our shop
That's what I need
behind.
to know.
I think if you find a strange
You
seed
know, biology dictates that it should be
And-
eventually, right?
Well,
10,000 people find an
unfortunately,
identical
sometimes
one,
required for an alchemist.
and none
to
had seen it before.
travel and find new
Sounds
ingredients if you want to continue the craft.
It really is.
It's not the first time I've had to
So
leave.
amazing.
Just because it's commonplace.
I suppose
Does that
staying in one
mean
spot
it's not
all your
special?
life will that result in you plateauing?
Exactly. I've made a few trips into Escana.
The dream is, at the least,
ingredients.
I'll pay for
remarkable.
it.
Have you found your time in the
I'll
Kalypsia
figure
so far?
something out.
Found what you're looking for? Any new alchemic recipes or ingredients?
At least I think so.
I was
I s-
commissioned for
I simply
a new
pose
potion.
that
I was able to
there's the potential that
find a recipe for on night vision
we
potion,
are
and I'm
simply the
working on
saplings
a
that grew into trees.
You're requiring a refill?
experiment
We're not
to
special, and there may have been others who
infuse a
simply
crystal with
do not grow.
One for
so
you,
that
or
it might be provided to a
We make in a
who's unable
eclectic
to
forest
remain
now,
tangible.
but all the same, it's
Current
possible
theory
that there were
is
others that
to
never
create a
made their
potion,
way
infuse crystal in
here,
the shape of a
dismissed
lantern,
the dream,
shine a light through it,
or
caster, so that the light cast in the
forgot it upon waking up.
infused glass.
Thank you
I'm not
very
sure if it'll work
much.
yet, but it,
This is long.
yes, that's my current brainchild.
I don't think anyone here is particularly
Oh,
special.
sounds like a fun experiment.
I think
I
it's
wish
simply a
that's
group
true.
of people with the means.
Oh, thank you.
You know, if you're looking for interesting potions to think about,
I have a follow-up
there's a
question.
certain rat fellow who had an issue with
Need any
another
help
potion.
back to your room?
Oh, you're
Well,
close
not
to
the
it.
question, I don't
asked
know
us
why.
about a potion of
You
longevity.
ask if the tree is special,
Which,
the one that was by itself.
is sort of
But I think the important distinction is there's a reason why that
ultimate
tree is the one
project
that
of alchemy in many ways.
lasted
One that no
countless
one has ever
reasons.
discovered the recipe for.
And it all comes back is what is the
Unfortunately, I
reason
couldn't
for
help.
our seed to have been spread?
I figured as much.
It's no big deal.
Well, it was
We've
worth
gotten them
trying.
eventually.
They seem very distraught about their situation.
Could just be dumb luck.
I don't know how much time they have left.
Dumb
Now,
luck of
don't get me
a
wrong.
mess.
I'm not seeking to discredit anyone for choosing to come here or be curious about the dream because it is very curious. I just find there have been many people
They love not worrying about avoiding
who
Safe travels.
speak of fate and destiny
As with all
and
things, I
prophecy.
suppose, every potion you have to consider, well, in what ways it could be used for good or for ill, and potion longevity in the wrong
What's happening
hands
with you today?
could be used for, well, very
That is fair.
disastrous causes.
Not much.
Oh, yeah. Again, my
Better than anything
circumstances
bad.
are different from everyone's. I had nothing to be doing for the next
Guard
year.
harassed Gideon's shop for a bit, but
I had nothing to do for a year.
Apparently that same guard
I have
harassed
no
Fergus's shop.
nothing that I needed to watch over or a reason to stay where I was.
Didn't have
And apparently
any
insulted
specific
his business.
If
fascination with them
anything,
before I
the
boarded,
coincidence
but
in
one of them
itself is
asked me
enough.
to produce a effect that could affect shade, the potion effect that could affect
saw a lot of
shades.
people in
Is it
here
fair-
trying to
Unable to
take it off
maintain a
early.
corporeal form.
We got quite a lot of
So,
tips, so
That
I'll make
stirred
sure
my
to
interest because I'd never
give you
thought about
those.
it before.
So,
Gotcha.
Unfortunately.
That one there's,
there's
Another alchemist
Royal
at the shop
sitting
from
there still.
Hino
Just
Day, and
got
it's
up to go
interesting
have a
to see the different
conversation.
perspectives and different methods
Here, understood.
from a different part
Understood.
of
Do
the
we
world.
split it, or how does this work?
Honestly, it's really been one of the best
split
positive
Is it
things so far.
Or rather,
true,
I've had many
though,
of the soul casters here
that you had nothing to do?
on how the magic works.
Or simply that you had nothing
Because
external
similar
to do?
subjects can be entirely different.
Oh, so we're both bad with money.
I'm more so afraid that
What I had to do, what I have
as a
Suppose
friend,
since we're
I've seen
talking
to
about it,
do
I can
is
discuss the
doable
magics
here.
that I
is it
have
with, the
available
whole
that
guard
use
thing that it
souls.
I am a
They're
practitioner
interested in
of
that.
magics, and I am studying still.
As I mentioned, I have the
But
ability
my
to
master has gone on a year-long
That's
pilgrimage.
an
It's a very
application
real
of soul
possibility
magic.
that I thought it might
It's
reach
my
here, since I
specific
saw
area
the
of
one
research is
with
in
the
the
halberd.
binding and unbinding of
pilgrimage.
spells. So
Yeah, he did come in with his weapon
use
out,
soul
but
magic to
people
target
quickly
what it
told
is
him
that
to-
connects
She,
the spell to the target. and
I will not pretend to know all the details,
Yeah, this
but she
helper
had to meet with her
holding it,
sisters.
asking where the guy with the full-plated armor and the helmet was.
Mostly my
Some
soul
sort of
magic
ritual
mostly
they need to
focuses on
complete every
down.
50 or so
I'll
years.
refer him somewhere else.
As you likely saw with my book earlier, I mostly just carry around items with
That's
it.
what I saw.
I see.
Yes.
Seems
I
to be a
came
stern
across.
fella.
The other application that I have is
There was
one
no
that
need to-
So,
allows me to form a contract.
originally I
with
was
an
just to
individual
stay at her,
in which we're both bound by the conditions.
Oh, the
set
tavern
let's
is
call it
closed.
house.
contract.
You know, we had people there.
I'm gonna
we had
practice,
someone
keep the
there.
place maintained to an extent, but there's not really much maintenance that needs to
It
be
has to be
done.
consensual, but
Sheer
binds us
willpower.
both to whatever terms it is that we agree
That's what it's
upon.
been for me here too.
And what happens if someone breaks those terms?
We do not get much business without her
Other
being
party is
there.
made
Take your
aware,
time, I
and
got it
the
here.
offending party is
The apprentice seldom does. You come
In some
to see
way,
the master.
it's
After all,
unknown.
I mean, no
what
offense.
that will,
just-
what specifically will
I
result
take
until
none
they
from it.
actually do it. It's different per individual.
play?
Seems
I
to be
am a
something
basic
stemming
practitioner.
from their own psyche.
Nothing more.
I could. Why not? Truly an interesting
That is, I
application.
suppose, why one studies.
That kind of thing is what actually drew me
One
towards
I
soul
am
magic.
yet
It really has
undefeated.
endless
Why
applications
wouldn't
of what
that
it can do.
Well, we could try and change them.
This is true.
But what I mean to say is,
I've learned many new ways to use it.
you have that vision.
That one is
Hello,
completely
Delta.
full of
Thank
That is
you.
something to
For the
do.
longest time, I didn't really use soul magic all that often.
Exactly.
And
Like
it
I
is
said
very-
earlier,
So they're
Forced
fresh
upon me to
honey,
teach.
normal.
That's
you see the top of the hill. You're already halfway there. May as well keep going.
On it. White or red?
suppose what
And
made
at the
you-
end of the day, even if it was some elaborate hoax to get people to, well, I say that, I didn't spend a dime
posed
getting on
myself
the
a question
Kalypsia,
when I was younger
copper
about
getting on the
what it was
Kalypsia,
that
but
caused the spell
even
to
if it
affect
was
its
some weird
target.
elaborate hoax to get
And,
funding,
it was just sort of
you know?
a lifelong research.
What does it matter to me?
Enjoy.
This is very interesting.
That was through soul magic.
I've met 4 shades,
The
and one who I'm going to
other
consider the
affinity
reverse of a
is
shade.
mind.
Yeah.
You've yet to eat breakfast.
Because-
I've met very
allows
many
me
interesting
to better
individuals
analyze
from
Kinda
all
like
over
a
the world.
punishment for sleeping
that are in
in
place.
too
so
long.
that
It is
I
worth the
can
time
study
spent
them
traveling.
and
Don't
determine
take
what
on
it
the
is
punishment. It's
about each
way
individual
too
spell which connects it to its
detrimental for your
target.
health, and as well as your working hours. So
Hmm.
please,
Soul, mind, and alchemy.
would you at
Fair
least seek
enough.
with me then?
Certainly are accomplished.
Sure, don't mind.
I
All that.
never got to speak with
Not
him,
young
but
enough.
I overheard.
There are-
I always forget the fellow's name.
Bits and pieces here and there.
Goggles,
I didn't realize stuff was born
pointy
here.
hat, northerner.
Place, but you're the one
Romualdo?
running it.
maybe.
admit I actually got to
He was talking about.
He of blue skin.
Yes.
All they will
Yes.
remain.
Romualdo.
Oh,
Romualdo.
You got me now too.
making the most of you.
I overheard him as I was just walking, talking
Smoke
about
me or something.
I still have many years.
the alchemy shop, seeing more business when, and I quote,
this coming night.
we see deployment.
Though I did
Which
say I'd help
is
someone.
curious
just
to-
shy of
The
40.
one with the purple lantern.
I'm interested
really
to see
that
what his
long. Not with me.
expectations are, because they seem
Body certainly
quite
seems
different.
Horns, tail.
And I am beginning to suspect
staff
there's a
with a
small
book in it.
body
When
of
I
people
turned
here who
20, I
are
was getting old.
I promised I'd help him set up, or at least furnish the place.
militant in background and mercenary in employment, hoping for something.
This is a big topic everyone seems to bring up on.
That's a good point. Something I've discussed with quite a few people at this point. It should be noted
we'll put
that
them
a
on
large
like,
portion of the
Anything they have.
what are they called?
I'll pay for it.
Sentinel?
Sentinels. There we go.
They've been nothing but kind.
Many of them are truly are just mercenaries. We have the two Northerners, Romualdo and Zimmerman. We have Molly. We have.
Ollie is literally a guard by trade.
Here you go.
I suppose, at the very least, until it.
A guard?
makes its way back
I must have
to
misheard. I thought she was
I'll
a
reconsider at that point.
personal guard.
It's more so,
I guess personal guard still applies to an extent.
you're out seeing the world.
She worked as the guard, as a guard, where she was from.
This is true.
Okay. Well, that adds up a bit more.
Amazing how quickly the
Either way,
industry
quite a
becomes
few mercenaries
how soon
are
you
showing
forget
interest
that
in
we're
the
up in
job.
the air.
Plus, they haven't given me a reason not to
It
trust
might be better to look at them
Feel free to move it
as a private enforcers rather
they can't
than
do anything wrong
guardsmen.
for now.
I guess.
It doesn't really compare to anything else on land.
You are
Mercenaries.
Yeah,
They're-
and they'll
they're
prove me wrong. You know,
A
they really
standing
are.
army of mercenaries.
I suppose I never spent much time on seabound.
Some of them
ships.
definitely seem
I
more
guess
like
that would be the
guardsmen.
closest
There was the one I met her earlier. I think she was sitting at your table.
Don't even compare.
She seems at least a little bit more.
I'd say
Well,
More
yes.
scarier, in my experience.
honestly.
She was in the
She seems at
military in
least-
Hinode.
Too fond of the water.
That might be why then.
But,
The,
you know, especially
but
since
yeah,
the
it does seem
circumstances with
far
them.
more
You're right.
stable than I originally
Ex-military and
figured we'd
mercenaries.
be able
They
to
don't have
feel it
anything to
move
fear
more,
for now.
but it doesn't seem to be the case.
Well, thing's powered by
I don't wanna say
thousands
how
of
much of that
magics,
is
crystals,
true.
and whatnot.
It's going to be
Curious of what their
interesting.
expectations are. Like I said,
Maybe a wonder of the
they
world.
seem to believe that there'll
Make me
be
a skeptic.
cause to leave the ship. And
Everyone's got their own
that cause
opinions.
will require potions of the health and mana
Your my
variety.
disposition on the world is rather sunny than
I believe
you know, others.
word of
I
advice.
don't know.
The person I was hoping
I do not know what the Sentinels have been told.
Index finger
There are definitely things that they have been told that we have not, which makes sense.
keeps it in
Before I
place.
head to the bed, I want
suppose.
to take care of that first.
There's nothing unexpected with
What are you up
that.
to today?
Have a good evening. It was a.
Perhaps they are more in the loop on what this dream is even about.
It's nice racking a brain.
Well,
I doubt
I paid a
it.
visit to the library.
I doubt it.
think
Conversation
it would
with
be
the lady behind you.
Do you require any...
unlikely
Rigged, I
that
say.
such a thing would
That's what the
be
clongs
Yeah.
are for. I'm fine.
And
convenient.
I see.
I was almost mistaken.
Very nice.
Most of
I'm not
them,
exactly close with many of them, so.
Thank you, Johan.
many of them
couldn't stand
came
up
from
for
similar
your
backgrounds to the rest of
delicious.
us.
I'll get the other.
To think that they would
Glad you
keep such
enjoyed.
secrets arbitrarily, especially when
was-
their hiring doesn't seem to
As a
have
budding
been
sort of guy
qualified in
was
any way.
referred to as a knight by the one
was
called Sir
Hmm.
Gil. And
Right.
Be sure you don't want to just stand over
That's
here.
fair, I suppose.
friend his mouth a little too much and referred to me
But
as
then what do
a
I
To be
do?
fair,
in front of
even
the-
even if they know
young
who is in
lord,
charge of security here,
that almost
they know more
might
than
have
us.
costed me.
I did get a name before. Was it
The
Lucian?
It would have
Sentinels.
costed me
Or something
a
like
great
that.
to be incarcerated.
Oh,
Who gives the Sentinels
that does not
authority?
sound fun.
No, it is not good to
The
impress
fact that they're
anyone.
holding weapons and you're not.
Yeah. It's unfortunate though that
Wait.
some of the Sentinels are also not bad, or not great actors.
Well,
Yourself.
Oh, the
I did get the name before.
Is getting a ball.
I don't know if it's a captain or whatnot, but
Actually, blue.
someone named Lucian or something like that. I don't remember if that's the name. But it's a name I heard thrown around a few
So it's
times.
your turn again, because you got another blue ball.
But I will say that there is not much about any of the word of the
Kind of bad
captain.
stuff, though. for the
But
people
I
that
have
are
a
protecting
theory
us,
about
you
that
know?
one now. And I'm starting to think I might be right
It is
about
already
it.
kind of. It is already that way, even before that.
Let's say you are chosen to be the captain of the Kalypsia.
If I was gonna hire
Right?
someone
You take
to,
on that,
protect
burden, that honor, whatever you want
I'd
to call
hire
it.
someone who does not look at people
And
differently.
then these dreams start heading out there. Unrelated to you.
Someone who only wants to get the job done.
And a bunch of armed mercenaries and people start boarding the Kalypsia.
In all honesty, that
Oh,
should
I get to
be-
move it because you.
Perhaps the names that you have because of the vision, maybe that's how they got the names, I
would
don't
hire
know.
someone that is able to protect me.
But you see all these mercenaries get
One
on.
escalates it.
All these people who've seen their cities and towns being destroyed by the Kalypsia.
Someone can perceive a threat.
Would
much
you not
different
be
if they have
worried
bias against
that
it.
some of them might be
Then
drastic?
I'd assume that they are very
Take drastic
capable
measures.
and confident enough to
Was that your interpretation?
I say that's a very good mercenary in that case.
That's what I'm thinking. That's the only reason I can think of.
But I just don't want
That
people
they
getting
wouldn't
hurt that don't
No,
deserve it, you know?
have been known by now.
Your interpretation of the dream that the Kalypsia
Protect me from actual
destroyed your city.
And then they would harm
is
the
it
person
not?
nonetheless. That is what is going to happen if you hire a mercenary.
I mean,
That's the
it
whole
was
reason why
above
you
when
know.
it
I mean, if
happened.
they don't
Is
have
that
to.
not?
So if there's someone who isn't actually a threat, but they're being perceived as a threat because of bias, that's what I'm trying to say. Is that innocent
I
person
personally
perceived
felt
as a threat because of bias.
inclined
You bought them
to
for the
seek
services to
out
protect you,
Kalypsia.
not for their opinion.
But
Oh, that's
Yes,
interesting.
you're fair. I guess that's why you don't
Confused
hire
by that.
I
mercenaries.
did as well, but
I've never seen it as a proven.
Yes, that is
So they do.
There are
case
two
in that.
commonalities about all the dreams.
in there, but
What can I get
One,
you?
what I'm trying. Never
the
mind.
places and
Recommend.
things
No, you
close
would.
to the
Good one.
dreamer were being destroyed,
The honey meat, personally.
often by fire of some
How
description.
much is that?
And two, the Kalypsia was present in the sky.
It'll be charged to your residency.
Whether
Yeah,
this
what he said.
means
My favorite.
that
Please.
Free for now, but pay later.
the Kalypsia brings the calamity, or is simply its harbinger.
Yes, if you hit it in the wrong spot, it gives it more of a top spin or a back
I'll
spin.
come around so I don't accidentally spin.
If you want to hit it hardest, you have to hit
You
it
seem
dead
very
center.
fancy pantsy. Don't want to get any of your duds ruined.
Orange. I am the orange.
Don't let it fool you.
Need to move my
Had
body
enough, I
clearly.
suppose.
Gilded steel.
I don't know either.
I'm
Oh,
undefeated
yeah.
at.
That's not real
What, do you
gold.
want
It's
to
I
only
suppose
brief.
that's why a lot of us are here.
Ah, sure.
But that makes it sound like it was not your take.
Alright. Ah, cool stuff.
No,
So you
my
worked perfectly
interpretation
fine, like your
was
normal arm.
Yes.
the
it is,
Kalypsia was all that remained.
the benefit of being from a rich house. You know, a prosthetic.
Getting back into it.
Next to
Huh.
naturally somehow. I don't.
That if you were seeking safe harbor from the things to
Never
come,
seen
the Kalypsia would be the
before.
only place
You need
unaffected.
to move your drink.
Right.
Mostly, did people use canes or
I think I
crutches?
liked my interpretation more.
Well, you
Oh,
can
that's
do a,
pretty cool.
you can't really do much with the lost.
It's all about angles. I spend way too much time looking
I
at
suppose I
paper.
understand.
Look at it all
A
down.
lot with the lost limb.
Can I get you something?
Do you think it is more symbolic than literal?
A pity to be aboard if that's
You can
true.
also have a lost limb.
I do. I don't think it's a glimpse of the future. Otherwise, we wouldn't be here. We would be seeing from the Kalypsia,
I will admit.
not the
I
ground.
was trying to get that one in.
I'd be cut off.
You know, do you want a drink?
Perhaps. Luck favors me, it seems.
There you go.
I've got one right here.
Put
I
it
don't
on
know.
my
Your
tab.
finest rum.
I also find it very curious that the dwarves were able to construct such a thing.
Actually, I was gonna ask you. Someone asked.
And
about
I do
food.
believe that the
Well, if you ever
two
give me the
are not
rundown.
unrelated. I would not be surprised to find the chief engineers behind the creation of this
Apparently,
It would have
you know,
been
someone asked me
vessel?
earlier, but I didn't know what I was
City?
supposed to do about it.
What would we call this?
You need to tell me the question.
I think both are fit.
What you're
I would say
trying to
that's
tell
it.
me. What did
Oh,
they ask?
Wow.
they asked. They asked.
I would not be surprised
do
if
we
the
serve
creators
food?
of
I
this
don't know,
vessel
like,
had
what
a
was
dream
supposed
of
to
their
do. He never
own.
gave me the rundown on it.
That some designs or machinations came to them in a dream that led to the creation.
I'm sure you've
If
seen
you
many
were to
people
believe in
with plates and wondered
prophecy,
where they got them from, though.
No,
would
I know
not
the kitchen's
be
there, but I'm not-
unusual.
didn't know what I'm supposed to do with it. If I'm supposed to go
There
make
is
them
a through
something,
line
or,
of
you
all
know,
the
how
people
to
who have
make
had
it.
dreams I've noticed.
It is a open buffet.
Magic users,
Oh, right.
mercenaries,
That.
individuals who are knowledgeable or competent in their field,
Oh, nope, they're leaving.
all seem to have been drawn
Have a
here.
drink.
You definitely are a man of the sea.
You could still chase
If
them.
I was some
I like
entity
how you think.
and I had
Chase 'em.
already
And then sit down.
had my vessel designed, I suppose a good way to look at it would be
Scars make the best shows of character.
a mental job board.
It helps tell you, or tell others who you are. Tell me.
Or those of other means simply don't have, or those of other persuasions may, generally speaking, have lesser means.
I think I've been rather clean for most
Respectfully,
of my life.
I am a monk.
Oh, so we are on.
I don't think there are those with less means than
That in
I.
a phrase.
You are a monk.
Sorry to interrupt, but
I did not know.
any of you seen Jill around?
Which raises the question of how I will pay for this drink, but that is another matter entirely.
Put it on your tab.
Remember where we
If you had the dream, hopefully they'll cover it.
Other way.
A book that floats in front of him.
Of course.
Oh, I did not know their name.
But it's also possible they were
Is that
on
important?
the side of the ship going a different way.
Well, they're covering my room.
If you wanna
Well,
look at
when I
your
was
windows,
staying here. And if it's on your tab, it's connected to the room. I don't know.
And the room is connected to the
Well, it
dream?
is not our job to look for people, that is for sure.
Well,
Did you give? Did they have your name when you arrived? Did you show up? Did you have a room picked out for you?
Well, then you need to choose. Help me or help
Unless it was a random draw.
Well, to be fair, I
Then-
did work the afternoon.
I will save the seat for you.
Yeah, I mean, everyone I asked had the
Well,
dream.
that's not exactly how working at a place works.
Ah, fair.
No,
I'll stay
this is
there.
actually a team game
I
as
need the
well.
money.
You can
How
do
has it
2v2s.
been?
Maybe I'm drawing lines where
Quite well.
they shouldn't be,
Hey,
but
there you are.
The name's Maeve, by the way.
I have an alternative.
Either way, someone paid
this
for our
theory.
rooms.
Pleasure to meet you.
That
Pleasure's
someone
all
had
mine,
the
of course.
designs may not mean they received the
Please,
dream.
the pleasure is mine.
It may
I
be
get
that they
free
gave it.
drinks.
Not
that's
even
gonna be a hard
choice,
one.
but alright.
Free, yes.
But that's
Free
speculation.
is the word for it.
And I'm
for now.
well,
oft
Red-haired
reluctant
noble
to
never
make
came.
It's all
such a jump.
speculation.
Go empty this out and clean it.
Yes.
What's the point of being
But to give out a dream,
such wide casting. Isn't that? Well, a feat of magic that is on a separate field than the Kalypsia.
Not here.
Not to say the Kalypsia is not unimpressive, but to broadcast something the entire
Oh, you'll find very little
plane.
advantage here.
I don't know.
They pay for my
I,
ticket.
not that mind mage, I would
They're
not
so
know.
far away they
For
don't hear anything.
soul? No, that'd have to be mind, right? Dream.
Actually,
Dream magic,
that
actually.
could
What
be
am I saying?
A sort of transaction
Well.
that we forward the bill to your house
There
instead
are
of your residency here.
ways to do many things.
I assume that's what was going on.
I go for the easy.
It, no matter the method, is indescribably complex.
They don't know you're retired?
Fair enough.
Retired?
I'll have to take this at the expert's word then.
I may have a retirement, but
All I know is mere
take
cantrips.
advantage of free things.
If I were to start working on it now, I suspect that I would die several
they might not
centuries
be able to
before I
stop you.
even
They
became
will
close
have
to
to predict
figuring out how I might go about
Here's
it.
your mug back. I'm just gonna put it there.
Right. Thank you very much.
I'm sure a letter like that could get
To one person, maybe.
flying sheep.
I suspect even an alchemist could give something of a
Your
specific
drink
dream
as
to
well?
someone.
Used to charge all of it towards your
But to
house.
give a dream with common elements to
Could I get a drink?
huge numbers of people the
course.
world over,
What shall it be?
that
You work all your life for your house,
You got it.
I don't know.
and this is all they can
It doesn't
give you,
matter.
like something.
Certainly beyond my ken.
They've had like 9 drinks and they are not phased at all.
How strange would it be if,
Miss.
May, on the other hand, got kind of plastered.
well, if we're speculating, we may as well
May have
speculate.
Other
reach for the stars and all that.
See a lady over there.
What if?
Down to the wire.
And I am going to get real out there here. Fair warning. I don't even believe what I'm about to say, but humor me. What if we were all specifically chosen because we all have the skills required to do exactly that? And together we're able to do it. However, we also muddle in time magic, and we all hired ourselves to come onto the ship to send the message to ourselves.
You already won.
Tautology aside,
Or
why?
too much drink. I cannot tell.
Ma'am, I think you've had enough.
Perhaps both.
We're all here to invent the process by which we all became. I would not do so. If the purpose is simply to create the means by which I inform myself of my own presence here, I would simply resolve to do better things with my
Perhaps I had a
time.
bit too much to drink, yes.
Wave over and I'll come over.
Well, you're probably right. But it's just as likely as any other thing that could be happening here. Because we have no idea.
I'm pulling.
Well, let me finger.
I'll have to disagree that it's just as likely. But I get your
Just as likely. Just as likely.
If they're truly drunk, I usually get a laugh.
If she needs some water, don't be afraid. There's plenty of water.
Is that a sailor's tale?
I'm being facetious.
Sailor's tale.
Oh, okay.
Any refills for the group?
Sure, if I get one more.
Coming right up.
I'm still
What about you?
working on mine.
Taking in the sails during a
All right.
storm. And my fingers got pulled with the rope into a tackle.
No, realistically, I think if anything is most
Beginner's
likely,
helper.
it is. The dreams could just simply be a phenomenon with no real purpose, except for the purpose we've given it, a sort of mass hysteria. Or
No problem.
it truly is some sort of prophetic
This is quite
calling,
rewarding
either from a greater power or a capable individual.
You learn quickly at sea, and most of the lessons
May I-
come with their marks.
I think this is where we get back to the start of the analogy. Figure it out as we go. Because there's nothing we can do to figure it out now.
I just lost pool, so.
Precisely.
Oh, by the way,
I hope you do not let it.
the passer guard's been taken care of.
Simply be a part of you.
Not killed, mind
Oh,
you, but
oh, well, I was going to stop playing that one up already.
yes, of course. They called me up and I got to choose this fine.
There is a
She
guard
cheated
that
me.
was harassing a few people and apparently cheated the dwarf.
A gold and a half.
I see.
Yes, the fully armored man with the one green sleeve. To the point that, while just walking around here, addressed me and inquired if I was snooping or getting up to something.
Hey, what happened to
Ooh, he harassed you too. That's
Yes,
fun.
but I turned it around and said, "Why are you snooping?" And I have been threatening him throughout the day, telling him I have my eye on him.
Yeah. I'll take it.
Oh my.
So, can I get you two anything to
Definitely
drink?
drink yourself tonight.
Oh my. Well, glad to see he got the comeuppance. I'm sure Gideon is crying himself with happiness.
It looked like Mr. Gideon was giving some sort of class earlier, even.
There's so many people gathered there. My god.
I'll take rum then. You know what?
More power to
I'm
them,
gonna
you
get
know.
you guys some
But
whiskey.
it really was a lecture.
That would actually be
It
very
was.
wonderful. This is one of our highest requested things.
I'm gonna order something anyway.
Hey, again, I know plenty of
I
brewers
missed
in
on
Vail. My
one in
mother was a
particular.
brewer.
Although, I have a
Wasn't my
question,
son?
another
I'm
one
sure
for
I
the
can
both
get
of you.
something.
Less philosophical.
Quality as well.
Oh, I do better with these ones.
I've heard the tailor was around today.
It'll be put on your tab.
Yes,
Your
your
residence.
residency. It'll be for there.
Fair enough.
Well, sorry, you have a question.
Then, to justice.
Yes. Was she around today, and did you see her?
I don't know who
I
the
don't know who the
tailor
tailor
is.
is.
To justice.
Well, that
Ah, the
answers
one
that.
with the bags
Fair.
under her eyes. I saw her very briefly, I think.
Oh, Saber?
Probably don't piss off people.
I don't know her
She
name.
Taylor.
So close together.
The one with red
no,
hair?
they misread that. Never mind.
Can I get you
Yes,
I know
that's
nothing
Sable, I believe.
about this woman. I'm looking for information so that if I see her, I can address her and possibly see about partnering at the Taylor.
So
I think someone had mentioned her, but I don't remember.
That is acceptable.
I did see her today. I did.
But this is a.
I saw her, funnily enough, outside of the shop.
Right, maybe in the bad
I've not seen her recently.
Funny if she works there.
Well, it's funny enough because I didn't know she was a tailor.
Oh.
And she was like, look, I thought she was window shopping. I don't know.
Did Nix and Ana find you?
Nix and Anna. The horned fellow and his shade? Yes. I will be sewing them a curtain for their room.
Orang with
hello, hello.
From Sweet one. If you are able to procure flowers with mana within.
But yes, I did see her around. Not for long.
Not necessarily just mana flowers. If you are able to find any that have traces of mana in them, that would be nice.
I'm already joined. I'm standing here.
I'll see what I can do for you.
But, she's an interesting one.
Aye, no worries. Listen, I won't say no to new business opportunities.
So, yeah, I mean, fuck it, everyone knows at this point. What's a little rumor? She, when we were in Keshin, on our last day there,
I didn't know that part.
she was seemingly having a. Well, frankly, she was, drugged out of her mind.
It had something to do with the insects and flowers.
It's like wandering the streets.
Like mead, honey mead, or normal.
I mean, I guess more power to her. I'm not one to judge, but she was
Are you
like
referring to the
on
one
the
called
ledge
Sable?
of to the water. Yes, we're talking about Sable.
Ah.
The alcohol makes me laugh a little bit.
She's seems nice enough. A little odd, and what people do in their spare time is up to them.
From what I've seen, she's good
But-
people.
I'm gonna get you a cup of water.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing wrong with her. And again, do as you will. It's your body.
Right, exactly.
No problem.
But it was in the streets, I will add, which is a little much.
I can
Right,
second
well, thank you very much.
Hysteria.
Thank you for appreciate it.
Of course.
There you go.
Right. I have some correspondence letters to go right.
I'm
Take
sorry
care of
again
them,
for all
Fergus.
the trouble that you
All right.
experienced
Have a good night,
today.
everybody.
Have a good night.
Yeah.
Was he one of the ones who was conned or harassed?
Yes.
Good night.
What are you? Wait, you heading out? No more drinks?
There's a whole situation.
I got some letters to
That's
write.
And it's been
ridiculous.
dealt with, it
Make
seems.
sure that,
Yes, it's been
I'll let
handled.
As soon as I arrive. Whoever we arrive.
That's good at least.
Was it true that it was a sentinel who was doing it, or was he just holding the visage?
Is it true what happened to Gideon?
Unfortunately.
Gotta go get water for them.
Don't worry. They called me up and they allowed me.
What was that, sorry?
Fine.
So apparently Gideon was harmed in some acts with the Sentinel.
I took a goal and a half.
Is he alright?
With that one?
I wanted to go to the guards.
He seemed alright last I saw him, but last I heard that they had a formal duel, but if that's not the case, then that's even more drastic.
Oh, sorry. I thought that
I believe that sentinel, that's a different scenario.
Ah,
I believe the thing you're thinking of was a spar that Gideon had, and we've been joking about it since, that the old man was beaten by the guards.
Yes, I seem to have correlated those two separate events as the same, but if apparently he was
No.
Bad
harmed by
gas
this one.
travels fast in a small town.
Unrelated. As far as I'm aware, that beating was consensual.
Yes.
Unfortunately, I think-
Gideon is fine. We are going to talk to him though about some things.
Excuse me, Molly.
But
Safe for me to assume this one's yours?
No, that's not mine.
Alright. I'll make sure to clean it all up.
But it is kind of funny that it's spread around like that.
I appreciate it.
I imagine.
Just make sure he doesn't break into anyone's homes.
Suppose no harm.
So, how's your guys' day been?
Just, yes, mean
No
words being
harm.
passed around.
It's frustrating. Nonetheless.
I happened to cross upon the one that had the halibut
Simple
out.
day.
The only one today.
I was
That
avoiding
wasn't
that.
the Sentinel. That was a
normally a
civilian.
problem? People getting themselves into trouble?
Claiming to be working alongside the Sentinels. Which is a whole separate matter in and of itself.
Are you talking about the
Some other point.
I don't remember
The
his
tall,
name.
white-haired man.
And what
I saw that.
Yes, I heard that he was here to be a trainer with the Sentinels, to help train new Sentinels and up and coming.
I have heard nothing of this sort. Neither have any of
We got
us.
the whiskey, unfortunately. We got rum,
Interesting.
Quite the day then.
He has also
Change the
said
lane.
different things. Every time I asked him something.
that can be a fickle
If I were to contact on the job, then
Fair enough,
if you
I
would.
suppose.
Honey or normal? I recommend the honey.
One of them
Yeah,
was
quite the
Jasper,
day then.
our host.
If you say so,
Tomorrow.
I'll take the honey.
Alright.
It's a problem
Coming
for
right up.
tomorrow.
You sure you don't want to drink now?
Probably
I don't drink, but thank you.
Shame.
We.
Mm.
Would you like at least like some water?
She likes steaks.
No, I had some earlier.
There you go, sir.
Enjoy.
Thank you, though.
I have to use that on him.
Though I could always go for an apple.
I'm pretty sure there's some
I'm
about.
quite curious
I'm on this side of the counter.
Jasper was injured
Yes.
by powder. Could you tell me?
Is that not his name?
Have you ever soaked berries in alcohol before and then eaten them?
Cannot say I had, but it sounds enlightening.
I believe he's too enamored with the other.
Very
You mean
refreshing.
intoxicating?
He's told. He's told.
And
I think
intoxicating.
they're the same thing at this point.
That was one of my favorite snacks when I was down on land.
No, I should go to bed.
Not much fresh fruit where I'm from.
Compare it a little bit.
I'm in my 60s.
Oh,
Shift
not a wine
rations.
person.
Would have never guessed. You look so
Do you not like wine then?
Well,
Oh no, I like wine, don't get me wrong. Just not much around where I'm from.
It's not physical. The worst they would do
Ah,
would be a little,
right. I s-
Ale we had was just whatever swill they could
thought you
get
said it
in.
would make me depressed. I definitely don't.
Whatever the snakes brought in, at least.
Oh, well, you're
No,
doing
it's
it
not obsession. That's what they said. It gives you a feeling of pain.
That could knock you out if it's strong enough.
Oh, you know, they are always so small. They look like children a lot of the
How
time.
would one
I'm not
treat?
surprised.
Don't suppose you have any fresh berries around I can dip in this ale. I don't know if that's how that works, or let it soak.
Immediately.
Wow,
We have a
best.
multitude of fruits and vegetables.
Or is it over days?
Take
Llama.
a pitcher of wine mixed with the fruit juice of your choice.
Well, I'm sure
Add
it would work.
various fruits, stir, let infuse overnight, then drink.
Compliment. Would you like a
Oh, the
drink?
drink. Fair enough.
And what would you call this swirl?
Would you like a drink?
You want some more drink?
I don't know.
Yeah, another thing of rum.
Sure.
Just let me drink for it.
Sometimes.
I'm sure there is, but I don't know
Could
it.
we get a drink for my friend next?
I just like it.
Sometimes.
Can you drink?
Really charged.
No.
No, it's more in spirit.
Alright, when we get a mug that clears up, it's all yours.
Let me move that feeling.
Put it on my
Oh, good.
house's tab.
Witty band charged.
Building the Nobel card, are you?
Nothing.
Here you
Why
go,
would I
little.
not?
Enjoy.
Fair enough.
I think his deck
Right,
is stacked
thanks.
with Nobel card.
Grab some food.
Look, I'm going to get my money's worth for being born in that house, alright?
I don't blame you. I do not blame you, friend.
Excuse me, refill, please.
Refill? Alright.
Say, first
If
impression.
need be, you can also wave me
You're
down.
one of the better ones.
Just so you don't have to, you know,
Thank
get up
Oh
on the spot.
my.
I would hope so.
Yelling across the
Oh
room.
my, indeed.
But better why?
Thank you.
I know.
So, Molly,
Just so you can
outside
have
of chasing a guard around, how was your day?
Pure nobility.
Mm,
I was forced
busy.
to be a knight.
Is this one clean?
I feel like I've been running around all day.
Is this one just placed?
I was internal work or anything else?
Much like the dwarf's coin.
My friend here
Yes,
wants to be
Lord.
included.
Gilded.
Here you go.
Do not envy that.
Well, I assume that if anyone wants a mug now, they got the
Does at least pay well.
Yeah, I'll just ask him for it back.
Thankfully, yes.
Finish your
Fair enough.
Well, I'm out there fun, you know, until someone needs it.
We got one that time, maybe.
Enjoying the evening?
That I imagine with all the
I'm afraid it's going
farmers.
to be a busier day.
say they got one
Really?
yourself.
What's going on
A lot
tomorrow?
of training and meetings tomorrow with Sentinels.
Actually, remind me. Is it Lucian?
I
Is
did
the one
catch
that you were
sight
about
of
to?
you
Is that the
around
name?
the
It was
forge.
funny when they went
You
Yes,
to
he's not a captain, he is the trainer.
Yeah. We went to drink one night.
Lucian is the captain, I see. Okay.
Putting a drink in front of me.
Lucian's the
Kind of
trainer.
did a double take.
Lucian's a trainer, I see.
And then pushed it in front of another guy who was
Her name
burning
escapes me.
two at once.
General stuff, but I mainly specialize in gunsmithing.
The captain is the trainer, but yes.
Over here, I don't gotta go get it from
Understood.
Sounds interesting, most certainly.
Fair enough, fair enough.
With the
Nah, I'll do it for him.
weapons, the newest ones, of course, being made with engineering, it's
I saw that you were making some headway or work into dealing with Law's predicament. How did that go?
interesting for an old man's eye.
We
If you wouldn't mind,
we have an idea at least for how we're going to determine whether the
I wouldn't.
gloves,
I would
gauntlets,
like to take a gander at
Manacles.
whatever creations
Manacles.
you have. And
we have an idea for how to
aid a
determine
bit
whether they're enchanted,
in
and
whatever
potentially for
endeavors
how to expend any energy contained
I
within them.
myself
Tell us
know
about
well a little bit
It's
here and there
inelegant,
about
but
crafting and could
Gideon and I are going
lend
to
some
just
wisdom.
try to enchant them.
It was more of a beating.
I see.
Oh, I suppose fair enough.
Well, if I need
To not put multiple enchantments on us at once, then.
You
so I'm not
can
sure.
up to a limit before the material
most
sort of
information
ceases
so
to
far
be
have been
receptive
for
to
sort of
things
guns.
magically.
Those kinds of weapons. Which
And
is
it's
like
just
special
Just drop some things off at my house. I'll be back.
You know,
Alright, take
if you
care.
were to pick, which would you prefer? A trebuchet or a catapult?
Considering what I keep calling her, first impressions matter.
But, yes. By doing so,
you heal his injuries, Doctor?
we can tell whether or
Probably
not there
trebuchet.
is an enchantment upon
I
it.
mean, those are kind of things that I've never built one of those.
I suppose that makes sense.
I've never gotten a commission for one, but
I am by no means a
if you were
runesmith,
to
but
take a
at least that I get.
trebuchet and try to fire it,
Have a great night.
well,
It'll be a little
Again,
difficult
remember
because
Gideon
it's an
saying
alloy,
this one,
but
for example, it would. Well,
Did you figure out what it is after
mess
then?
up the aim, if you will.
what?
Trebuchets are,
The metal.
of course, larger,
No, I was
more
simply told.
powerful
I
and
don't have
such,
any way of determining
but
that. I
they
trusted the information that I was
aren't
given.
really
It also comes equipped
cost
with
effective, let's say.
to protect their every move.
If you were
That's what
to
you're
make
given.
it with mundane
Just
means,
steel or-
you know, it would take like. On
I was told that
say,
it was an
on the
alloy
spot,
of mithril
3
and
days, 2 days.
steel.
If you were to have
Oh.
all the people you
But
were
I don't know
That's
how
quite
true that
interesting.
is.
you were to need.
What?
But if you were to take a catapult, for example,
That's just what
those
I
are
mean.
mobile, as opposed to a trebuchet, which is always
Steel itself is already an alloy in its own right, but to combine it with mithril, which is a much lighter and just as strong as steel, what purpose would be?
easy, but it can be
It just seems like it invites more invitation for fracturing and the splitting of layers.
They can be.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong. Doesn't the material affect how many rounds it can hold?
Hunger, and you have
Yes,
it ready
but
to fire.
your mithril would be better.
Your mithril is fucking expensive.
Well,
with
yes.
the trebuchet, while the catapults have the modularity.
But I get your
I
point.
would
Would call it.
Put a
I would
splash
bet
of
under the
whiskey.
right conditions you could find a fault in that metal. That alloy,
That's just
I
my
doubt.
own biased
I
opinion.
very sincerely doubt it's a perfect blend.
That are off the brand.
Perhaps. But we are also talking about Alcatraz.
To be
fair, I've never worked on anything. I would trust their working more than my own in this matter. I've never worked on those things. True.
But I mean, are these...
Perhaps the fault is if it fails, it crushes their hands. I don't know. I mean, I like working on it. I like.
Why not just do that in the first place?
Anything really.
I can understand.
Because there's going to be a fault.
If she's in prison, this is the individual in sackcloth with
Maybe I might
the
endeavor and make one.
I'm familiar.
thing, right? I'm just making sure we're talking about the same person.
Use for a siege weapon.
So if she's been sent off,
Fell off your mate.
why the elaborate mechanism instead of...
They don't know him yet.
Of just waiting for somebody to tell you what to do, and more of being.
I don't know. Perhaps they use them as laborers.
Taking,
I don't know much about
working
Alcatraz,
around
admittedly,
and making
outside of the
it.
well-known.
If you want to make something, you should be able to just make.
I'm not condoning it, I'm just asking.
No, I understand what you're saying.
You haven't eaten at all.
Would you like
Since I came over.
The answer is I don't really know, to be honest. I wouldn't imagine they
outside of my area of
intentionally
expertise.
smashed that.
There you go.
Did I scare you again?
I would hope.
But
I would hope it's no one's area of expertise here.
I made some.
If no one is able to answer this question, I will be perfectly happy.
I mean, first of all, it wouldn't be very effective at suppressing a mage.
Getting the commissions from about the designs and such before I move any further.
A properly powerful caster doesn't need specific things with their hands.
It's never because they don't know what to do. It's because the one they're making it for doesn't tell them.
And these cuffs do?
You should probably get some rest.
We don't know yet why exactly or what exactly they might be.
All done, got it.
A mystery. Fair. Fun. Something to do.
Are you flirting again, Jasper?
Many magics also do require some form of somatical material. So even then, it still restricts some.
Okay, yeah, thank you.
Perhaps.
If it's harder for the mage to cast, that's better than it being easy with the mage casting.
You know, earlier I didn't get much. People just were, were letting it be charged.
My
to their
name
rooms,
doesn't
but
matter.
Now people are asking
I
prices.
simply
And I
create
had to
things
redirect them to you.
on the ship.
Gotcha.
Well, I would like to create something, but all I am stuck with maintenance, fixing stuff, and looking
Should we be
at
worried
things.
that they're here?
Look at things to make it sure they don't break. It's boring.
Should we be worried?
I envy you.
If you just write it down,
Are they...
maybe tonight, I'll have it ready.
Yeah, that a prisoner...
Oh, I'm incredibly worried.
Other than the fact that they're not wearing shackles, do you have any reason to trust any of the other people here?
Oh no, I don't. It's not necessarily that I distrust them. It's that
I'll grab one of those in a minute.
if they're an escaped prisoner,
Drink kind of thing, or just standing near the bar.
they potentially have individuals looking for them who I suspect, given the reputation of the establishment they've escaped,
Drinking at a bar is an
are no joke.
you see.
You gonna go to lettuce?
I'm hurt. My heart.
When I... what to do with that cleat? From what I've heard, from the straight from the horse's mouth, the wording used was they were, falsely captured, whatnot. Yeah. They were being escorted. Something happened, I believe, was the wording used, and now they are here.
Enjoy your drink.
I do not suspect those people are alive.
Apologies for the reach. Next time I'll bring it.
And they were arrested with a group.
Second room.
Right.
I will be merciful.
I don't know if anyone's going to be after them necessarily. At least not hunting them here.
Has your friend left from the
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
Yeah, no, they're gone.
We don't have whiskey plus. We are going to get some imported, I swear.
But who knows?
That is like one of the most
We will
popular
see, I
drinks.
suppose, with time. It shouldn't affect me.
Now I feel like I should order another.
So, at this point, whatever.
Like other people are drinking.
have
like,
rum.
now and then.
Fair enough.
That is a close second.
Already had some.
Don't let other people pressure you into drinking. Just
And don't get me wrong, I assume there are others here who have individuals.
you can
Given mention of Tortuga was made a few times today and just overhearing conversation, I imagine there are others with
only if you want to, but don't let
potential
This Indian is
grudges.
from
Like the pirate.
Much better than their
Really?
sky.
Yes, I would not have thought
I don't
either.
think anyone has pressured me into, except for maybe.
The other one,
time.
Holly, if you've met her.
I actually don't even remember much of what he was saying. I just know he was on top of me screaming something.
Holly?
I would not want to intoxicate my good
Oh,
friend.
okay.
If there's
No, I
Oh, fuck you. Keep it. Sorry, Leto.
Lettuce.
I fucked up.
The place to be.
You didn't hear it, it's fine. It doesn't matter. Yeah, her name is Holly. We figured it out.
Yes.
The wing feather.
What?
Angel. Masked woman.
Some water.
I don't remember what people call it. So many hopscotch. She calls her hopscotch.
You like some?
I encountered that one.
Yes, you want to.
Oh, you found out her name.
Alright.
Yes, me and Leto
Finest.
cracked the code.
What?
a moment.
What's her actual name?
We spent an hour in the bath with her and figured it out that way. It took way
Spit
too
it
long.
out. Spit it
What?
out.
Definitely better than
People
getting
take
drunk and
baths
embarrassing
together.
myself.
Is there something wrong with that?
Bath.
Yes,
The bathhouse.
tell me.
There's a.
Don't fight it. Don't
That's
be
not.
coy there.
That's
I will-
not
I-
really
I-
the. I know about
I'll come back
the.
We'll walk this way.
How does that follow?
Oh, it is different kind of bath. Not the same.
What else are you going to
Not
do
the
in a
same
bath?
Her name is Holly.
Oh, you're just telling people. I thought that was just between us in the bathhouse.
I fucked up. I said it. Fuck you.
I don't. The bath is. Never mind.
What's the
No,
issue? What is the issue?
where is the misstep happening? From where you are and where we are.
Your family has feathers.
Surprised to not have been.
If you had asked me how I would have believed that her name might be uncovered,
Finest water on
spending a
Kalypsia.
significant
It's for
amount of
you.
time in the bath without any ability to, write or provide specific information would have been rather low on my list.
Looking a little bit crooked.
I will have words.
If you don't mind.
Your stool's about to tip over.
Yeah, there we go.
There you go.
Yeah, I will keep eye on her.
So we already knew her first two letters were HL. So me and Leto guessed about probably 100 names.
I see.
Yeah, it was a lot.
She will.
It was
How
a
did
lot.
you get those?
I was a little
What makes you
dizzy.
He had them.
Who knows?
Are you sure you
See.
should
Hmm.
be sitting up? Maybe you should lay down. Not here, no. Down.
We had originally planned on keeping it a secret because it would be fun, and then I said it. And then I said it out loud, so I'm like, fuck it, whatever. At this point.
Maybe I should take a bath with more people to get some more information.
So,
Absolutely should. I got a lot from it.
no longer have to go about it.
Okay.
Is this a
There's usually
common
someone there.
thing?
but-
Or
Maybe I should put up
something
the
you'll
illusion.
pack
Just
it
for
up, right?
her sake.
Saunas, bathhouses.
Getting to know people in the
We
bath.
would never bathed with someone before.
I'm okay.
Yes.
I've
That's my
been
favorite.
to
Oh, you did
public
say you wanted me,
baths,
or
but
I
I've
did say
never
I'd help you at your
been
shop.
to
Oh,
a
don't
bath
think you're
with
quite
someone.
conditioned for that.
We can do like
Really?
It's a good bonding exercise.
I might say it.
If you're
I'm
awake,
willing.
I don't
Sure.
always sleep much.
I'll walk you where you
I
need
mean,
to
I
go.
guess I don't. Why?
Yes.
Because baths are nice.
I thought
Baths
you
are
were
very
about
nice.
to play your
They feel good. It's nice to relax with some friends.
No,
Have the sort of pleasure in it.
I don't think my balance is
And even ignoring the pleasantries.
It
It's
is a bit too much to ask.
That would have been
just
amazing.
going about your business and,
gotta step
you
out for
know,
now.
sort of like, oh, I'm going to go get breakfast. Well, I guess I'll come with you because it's a thing I need to do as well.
Again, write down those prices for me so I can properly serve people.
You okay?
Of course.
If you don't mind.
I'll do that.
Maybe a disclaimer that I'm not very good at the whole, like,
Alright, well, have a great rest of your night.
socialization thing.
You as well.
Oh.
You seem fine here.
I suppose I'm trapped here.
I'll stop by your store later.
We can always
I
get
gotta step
better.
out for now.
Yes, I suppose, but
I
things
suppose.
I'm very eager to go to the
At the end
bar.
of the world.
Yes.
Not the end of the world, the end of visions, whatever the fuck.
You seem very eager about a group bathing session. If I'm being fair, you in particular. Yeah. Okay.
Impersonation of a sir.
I used to do it all the time at home.
I got told that
When I was with my
Molly and
family, at
Alden
least.
wanted to talk to me, but then things came
In
up.
our town, there was a huge central bath.
really depends on
Sounds nice.
what one intended to get away with.
That's fine.
The monastery had hot springs.
I'm so fucking jealous of all of you.
I suppose that might be fair, as long as I did not.
We barely had a water hole where I'm from.
Maybe
Community is very important where I'm
Time
from.
feels longer, but
Crime to anything, perhaps a little recommended, but.
Oh, yes.
You sound like you're from a great place. You're from Asana, are you?
The one,
Yes.
out the
is
Sir
all
Gil
that I
That
am.
sounds
It
nice.
all
introduced
feels
me
very
as
short.
a sir, and
I suppose
in
having
front of
heated water
young,
is
young Lord
makes it easier.
Elijah.
I have not yet to
And,
experience that, so I guess
I
I'll
knew
get
I
there
was
one
stepping
day.
That as well.
Yes.
I
I doubt the water here is going to be similar to the Asanan one. Oh, maybe I can put some of the Asanan herbs that we have
live as long,
in the
start
water.
dying.
And the water
If you-
is warm enough
Yeah.
that there's
Good for your
steam in
skin.
there.
And then
It is warm.
You know, it's
And if
just
you ever
like-
do that, and you're not doing a
You
private
just
thing, and I don't
don't
want
feel
to step on your toes, please get me involved. I really
Wait,
want to
did you
try
talk to
them.
Alden? I let him know.
I did. We're going to work
I have
something
quite some
out.
time to grow onto them. And
Don't want to step on his toes with some of his business that he plans on doing. But also, I already have a business deal lined up that he's not going to be able to get involved in anyways, so we're going back and forth currently, but we'll probably figure something out. At
Yes,
the
that's
very least,
fair.
I do.
He does want to plant his own garden, so.
It's mostly just going to be flowers anyways, which I'll just get those at the flower shop. But
You're more experienced. than
True.
me. I spent all of my
Be nice to
time
have a
in
little
place where
project
I
that's
couldn't
not
see or learn about anything.
like
Yes, and
actual
it's a little
work.
bit different, because you can say there are Asanan flowers.
That's another thing as well, right? The Asanan, like, herbs was more so for, like, making disinfectants, but that's, like, business. But also, I just want to have a little flower bed to take care of, you know?
For the time you've
Yes.
Again, the place I have picked out now, it's, like, right behind the forge. There's this big open area behind it that's, like, no meaningful way to get to besides the alleyway. So I'm thinking of setting up some flower beds there, right? Don't know.
If
Making
you
a
ever
bit of
want
a
to help,
garden
let me
out of
know.
it. You know what? I'm open to it. I'm still working on moving
I
stuff
love
for
getting
now,
down and
but-
dirty.
It's okay.
Hmm.
Shy for the first time was really worth it.
Is something wrong, Leto?
I
And then I got to meet you. And Leto and
what?
Renee.
Did you mishear?
I only heard I like to get down and dirty. That's the only thing I heard.
I think you have all the context you need.
Go on.
It sounds pretty
That's
self-explanatory.
what she said. I don't know what the context is. She's
Hmm.
If I knew I was going to meet you all again, then I could wait another 335 years.
But then I'm not
What do
here.
you think, Jasper?
Of what? I'm merely joining the
Why
conversation.
do you think I said I like to get down and dirty?
I do not need to
Well, I'm pretty sure that speaks for itself.
Please.
There's no question about it.
We already
A
had
good
this
deflection, Jasper.
2 days ago.
That
Yeah,
I'm
so
pretty
what
sure.
a way to answer
I'm-
the question without actually answering the question.
It's pretty
I'd
blatant
probably
with
need a lot
that
more
sort of
help by then.
context. What
I'd
I'm
be
trying to
pretty
get at.
old.
picking up on context clues.
Probably.
It's just screaming
Yes,
out to
took
me.
very much longer to
Of course, of course.
I guess how I
You
work on
often
a
get down
farm
and dirty.
and how I love plants. Yes, it's very self-explanatory.
You'll go before most of us ever do.
Sure. We'll go with the lines of your own song then.
But yes, I do. I will. I'll let you know. Again, I have a few things I need to
Do you
purchase.
understand what's
Before
happening?
most of us ever do.
Right. They're all
I
talking in
can make it
innuendo about
worse.
having sex.
Well, I
Oh.
suppose. At least
okay.
for the younger ones like you, that's still
okay.
true now.
Good the catch. I would have missed that.
Yeah, you have what, 300 years on them?
Wait,
But
you're
yes.
you're not kidding, are you?
I'm glad to help.
What?
Something
Just let
like
me know.
that.
But I thought
Of
that
course, I will.
you did not understand the premise of what they were speaking of.
Yes.
But you
Oh.
still know so much more.
We're talking about
Then-
farming.
Actually,
Okay.
we were talking
No,
about gardening.
Unironically. Gardening.
Yes, we were.
I got lost at some point
Yes,
when
and
people
getting down and dirty.
when
Maybe,
he
but that will only happen
yes.
if you help me learn things.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Reproduction is sweaty, dirty, filthy
Well, I do need
work, and if it were not
something
for
Finland.
all of the sensations it released into your brain, no one would do it.
Exactly the kind of conversation you wish to be a part of.
Very much so.
I think I'm gonna go.
Okay.
Anyway, but that is why they say down and dirty.
No, you didn't. I just don't really want to listen to this.
I'm gonna head to bed early. Good night, everybody.
Well,
Huh?
but yeah, set up that garden. It'll be nice at the very least.
When I'm
To clear some of the rocks as well, because so the only way to get to it right now is by a very small alleyway right next to my house, or like climb over the rocks that's underneath the wall.
Whenever you're
So I might have to chip away at some of those rocks to open that up a little, so you don't have to crawl over a few rocks to get in.
Might need to ask the city if you could do that, though. I'm not sure if those rocks are purposefully put there.
Oh, of course. I will. Yeah, I'll be making. Again, it takes time, and I'll
As it is a
take my
ship,
time with
and
it.
it seems everything is purposeful in its placement.
Enjoy your company.
Do we even know they're real rocks?
But I'm glad I'm not the limit.
Okay, what do you
We
mean
could
by
always
that?
get an earth mage to look at it, I suppose.
We could do that, but I want to know first. What do you mean by real rocks?
Well, they could be a concoction called concrete, or some sort of clever fabrication.
Good night, Jasper.
Have a good night.
They look pretty natural to me, but I won't pretend to know.
It would be fun if they were all soapstone. And we could just pick them up and throw them around.
Hello, hello. Hello, Nick. I'm Mia, and Edie.
Are you alright?
Hello.
I am alright. Tell me, did you go up into the room like a bit ago? I saw some lights. I don't know if it was you or someone passing by the room.
The farm?
No, here.
Here? Our room?
Yes, alright. I'm taking that as a
Seems
no.
to be
No,
quiet.
I didn't
Thing
go
down.
there.
It is.
Huh?
Mm.
Oh my.
Are you heading to bed?
Probably soon, anyway. Like she said, it seems to be quieting down.
Yes, it is. Are you going to be going back to the farm, or are you going to be somewhere else?
No, yes, I'll be going to the farm. I gotta take care of the chicken graves early in the morning.
Yes.
Oh, Daku, I did want to ask you, are you any good with carpentry?
Not particularly. I can I've done some handiwork, but I wouldn't
I'm
call
gonna
myself a
step away.
carpenter by any means.
Fair enough.
Of course, take care.
Alright,
It was
good night.
talking to you, Mia.
Calm down. It's just a conversation. Of course people go to bathhouses. Of course people... It's not a big thing. It's just... just a stupid thing that people were talking about. Any blood? I don't have any blood. I can't burn it. You'll be fine. You'll be fine, you'll be fine, you'll be fine. It's all for the purpose. It's all for the cause. It's all why you're here. It'll be fine. You wouldn't have been selected for no reason. If there was something more you needed, you'd have been trained. Focus.
Alright. What was that though? I've lost my train of thought.
Akane,
It's fine.
you were here so late.
It's okay,
But yeah.
Catherine. It happens.
Unfortunately.
How dare you?
Looking for someone tonight. It didn't.
Hello, Mia.
Well then.
Hello.
Mia.
Hello.
The
Are
gods
you
have
alright?
played the cards in my favor then. Now that you're here.
I'm okay.
I should have just
That's
stayed
good.
here instead.
I was worried.
Stepped out
Any
for
actual
I'm
thoughts
very
of where
sorry
we're
for
going
your
to
search,
land,
though.
or
I'm sure
no
you
clue?
would have been productive to research in
Well,
that case.
I tried to track the first few days the direction that we took off from in relation to the merchant's town, but because of the clouds and a combination of things, it was hard to be able to do so. So I'm quite lost at the moment.
As tempted as it would be, I shouldn't have.
I'd be kind of angry, I'm not going to lie, if we end up in
I
Solasta
suppose
first.
since Mia's back, I can steal her away now.
Alright.
Very well then.
Oh, off to the bath then.
Maybe. If she wants to, but
I
normally
suppose
we
now would
meet
be a
at
good
this
time for the
hour.
last call then. Anyone want to bring anything with them?
You can go if you'd like, yeah.
That's fine.
Alright,
No.
see you too. Goodbye.
I might
If you want to.
retire to the baths as well, actually, before making
Good
my
night,
way
everyone.
home.
Might I have your mug then?
Have a good night, you two.
You as well, Daku.
It's a very thick table.
Yes, I think I might have to ask for a resize of the table.
It's a little difficult to manage, I imagine.
Well, I hear there's a carpenter around.
Are you still working on the book you'd been reading, or did you need to go to the library?
I'm still working on it. It's a longer book than the other one.
Okay.
It's quite simple tonight. Just up to your room, where I keep the book. Before you sit down, though, there's something that I'd like to do. But you don't have to if you don't want to.
What is it?
It was just a very long day for me. May I have a hug? Mm. Thank you. This makes me feel so much better.
Mia is shaking just a little.
Are you alright? I told you if you did not want to do it, you did not need to.
Not that. I'll be okay.
Are you sure?
No, not the hug.
You don't have to talk about it if you don't want to.
Maybe another time. I hope you enjoy your book.
And I hope you are successful in your work. I suppose.
Me too.